And we are live, Senator.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I'm a senator down in District 34 in York County, and I chair the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. This morning, we are here for essentially just a discussion with CDS, which essentially involves around the independent review of the state's early childhood special ed service reports and CDS in general, which is the Child Development Services. In any case, prior to getting started, I'd like to have each of our committee members, introduce themselves, and I will start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Daughtry.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I'm Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the clouds we're hearing about in Wells do not make it up to Brunswick by this afternoon, because I've got some garden work to do. So everyone keep their fingers crossed.
Wow. I'm sure your garden will be happy to see you. Senator Woodsum, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Woodsum, District 33, southwestern Maine, along the New Hampshire border, and it is very cloudy here.
Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Excited to report it's pretty sunny here in North Deering, part of Portland right now. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is sunny in downtown Belfast, Maine. I'm Representative Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J. Livermore Falls, part of Livermore. And I'm here at the Capitol, and it's sunny. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Good morning. I'm Representative Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach, District 7 Wells, and I was happy when Senator Woodsum said it was cloudy there because I was afraid I was turning into Eeyore and the cloud was just falling over me. But
All right. Representative Sampson.
I love the Eeyore image. That's just priceless. Anyway, yeah, I've got the windows open, the buds are coming out, the birds are chirping, and Augusta is lovely and sunny. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson. I represent House District 21, and that's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative McCray, we were hoping you weren't out shoveling today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that sentiment. We've got a few snowbanks where people have plowed it up at the end of the driveway, but that's about it. I'm part of the great sunny north this morning. It's a nice day here, not a cloud in the sky. I represent the people in District 148 up in central Aroostook County. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. And with us as well this morning, we always have our clerk, Sam Baker, who keeps us going and will assist you as best he can in any electronic difficulties that you may encounter, as well as our outstanding analyst, Hillary Riddler. Hillary is the knowledge behind the scenes for us. But thank you both for being here. I'm going to turn the meeting over to my co-chair, Senator Brennan, Representative Brennan, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you for everybody for being here. This is kind of it's certainly not a public hearing, and it's not necessarily a work session in terms of a particular bill that we have before us. But those of you that have been on the committee before and even been on the committee since January we've had a number of different discussions about child development services, and much of that discussion has centered around a report that the Education Committee authorized a year ago to do a major study in regards to the child development services system in the state of Maine. So what we'd like to do today, Senator Rafferty and I have spoken about this, is have our staff analysts do a summary of where we stand at this point, both with the legislation and with the report. And then we'll proceed to any questions that people on the committee have of our staff person. We also have representatives from the Department of Education and from the CDS Advisory Council that are also available to meet with us and to discuss questions. So to broadly frame this, and Ms. Risler will touch upon this as well, the legislation we passed last year authorized the committee to report out a bill. And because of the fact that we adjourned from our first session of the 130th legislature, that authorization expired. We do have a number of concept draft bills within committee that we can use as vehicles to move forward. So as much as possible today in the next 2 hours, I think we'd like to delineate those things that we would like to move forward either through the department and or other agencies almost immediately. And then those things that may require additional legislative action that may require us looking at a vehicle to accomplish that legislative action. So there are two broad categories and two fairly broad objectives. Our intent is not to vote on a bill today and not to necessarily, quote, pick a vehicle, but it's to make some real headway and deciding where we'd like to go as a committee on not only this important issue, but as many of you understand, it's fairly complex. So at this point, I will turn to Ms. Risler and ask her if she could provide a summary both of the report and where we stand as a committee. Thank you.
Sure. So to avoid sort of going through everything that I went through when we last met in March, I'm going to sort of focus on some of the conversations that had begun when the committee last met to discuss this. But before I sort of get into that, I'll also just sort of mention that, as always, I have all of the reports, I have all the documents, authorizing legislation, et cetera, available and at hand. So if there's any point that the committee references something in the report or wants to pull up our particular recommendation or anything, please don't hesitate to ask me to pull that up on my screen if that makes it easier. We all know these are pretty big, pretty in-depth reports, and to make sure everyone's talking about the same thing, I'm happy to accommodate that. So pretty briefly, the committee knows during the 129th legislature that the legislature authorized this independent review of the state's early childhood special education services, and that contract ultimately went through PCG. They had done the first report, which included a lot of recommendations, and then last fall, the Education Committee met to provide some direction on an implementation plan. You had heard the presentation from PCG on the implementation plan back in January, and it provided for a phased in approach of a number of different things, implementing many of their recommendations. Then in March, you heard from the Department of Education, a big presentation on CDS and everything that's going on with them. And as Representative Brennan mentioned, we do have some representatives from the Department of Education joining today. They're in the waiting room that can talk about any of those current CDS plans if you'd like to hear from them. The second half of that meeting in March, also you heard from some members of the advisory committee, including Nancy Cronin, who chaired that advisory committee, as well as Pete Plummer, about some of their issues and their concerns and their recommendations on moving forward from the report. And Nancy Cronin can touch on that as well. Where the discussion kind of landed was the beginning of talk about what, if any, some next steps might be. And as Representative mentioned, looking at a phased approach, the committee started identifying some things that perhaps could happen immediately, and what are some things that need to be worked on more, or more longer term goals. Some of the things that I noted down that were brought up in terms of moving forward immediately had to do with main care billing, for example, and a centralized billing system, improving child find. Those were two things. Maybe moving forward on some things in Part C, which is the birth to 3-year-old, or the crib. That's how I remember it anyway. And so then looking at some of the more longer term things about establishing benchmarks, about choosing a pathway and how to refine and see what details are needed. Some of that had to do with aligning with school administrative units if the committee does want to move forward on a transition. What benchmarks are needed before anything could be implemented. How to create plans with some flexibility, and how to use the PCG framework in a way that moves forward without additional studies, but in a way that members of the committee are comfortable with. So a couple things I want to mention that have come up since the last discussion. One is that MEPRI is actually looking at some of the main care billing issues, and I know they're listening on YouTube today. I think most of their research at this point had more to do with whether districts are billing to main care, and if not, why. Some of that is broader than the population of students you're talking about today in terms of the K-12 students as opposed to the birth to 5 students. But if you wanted any more information on that, I'm sure they could pull something together relatively quickly for you. The other thing I want to mention is, as you know, this population of children is covered by a broad range of other departments. It's not just Department of Education, but certainly Department of Health and Human Services as well. And so the one thing I do just want to put on your radar is a bill that was introduced in the Health and Human Services Committee, which is LD 854. And that's an act to ensure continued school-based services for children with disabilities. And that's a bill that would direct the Department of Health and Services to provide school-based services in developmental preschools for children from birth to age 5, and do some major substantive rulemaking. And I mention it partly because it actually requires the Department of Health and Services to take into account the findings from the independent review by PCG that we are talking about today. And so that I think had a public hearing last week. But as the committee moves forward and takes any further steps, that's something you may want to consider, or at least consider ensuring that if you're directing the department to do anything, that there's some consultation with DHHS as well. I am not intimately involved with that. I'm getting some information on it, but I do know Nancy Cronin also is following that as well, if you want any more information on that. And then last but not least, as Representative Brennan mentioned, the original bill that authorized this legislation also authorized the Education Committee to report out a bill to the first regular session of the 130th legislature. And we are now in, I guess, the interim and looking towards a special session. So in some ways, that actually may make the process a little bit easier. Typically, when you have to report out a bill, it goes to the full legislature and then gets re-referred back to committee for a public hearing and a work session and everything in the normal course. As Representative Brennan mentioned, it really means that a different vehicle will have to be used. There are 1 or 2 concept draft placeholders that the committee does have in your possession that are germane to this topic and it could be used. So for those, if the committee decides that you're moving in a direction where you want to use one of those bills as a vehicle for some legislation, it probably makes sense to direct me to work with either some other members of the committee or the department or stakeholders in terms of what language you might want. And then when you schedule that public hearing on that concept draft, include any sort of proposed legislation or draft language, so that there can be a public hearing based on something more than just a concept draft. Because as you know, sometimes when you have a public hearing on a concept draft, that you don't necessarily get the stakeholders in the room to comment on it. So whether that's something that comes out of today's meeting or comes out down the road, I just want to mention that at any point, if you're looking towards legislation, something you'd like me to start working on, I'm happy to do so and happy to work with whomever on that. So that's sort of the brief summary of where we are. Happy to answer questions and or turn it back over to the committee as well as some of the stakeholders in the attendee room to provide any more detail.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Risler. And at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Risler? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Risler, I think I'd like to understand better the role that DHHS is playing in providing services to this population. Specifically, are they currently doing that outside of CDS? Or are they referring to CDS? That would be helpful. Thank you. And if Ms. Cronin maybe could answer that question, I'm thinking.
I don't think I can answer that question. If the committee would like, I'll put a link to that bill in the chat so that if anyone wants to read that, you can. But in terms of actual providing services or what DHHS is providing, I would turn it over to Nancy Cronin.
Mr. Chair, could we ask Ms. Cronin to come in and address that?
Representative Millette, if we could just hold that for 1 second before we bring Nancy Cronin in. Are there any other questions for Ms. Risler from the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll defer if this answer is too long, but I hope that in the course of our conversation this morning that we can have perhaps an understanding of the color coding and its relationship to timing that was provided in one of the reports. If that is something related to time, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think I can't quite tell what you held up. I think it might have been some charts that I had put together with some alternative options. Is that correct? If so, that color coding had nothing to do with timing at all. The color coding was just an easy way to see which alternate options went with which to delineate so that I could refer to the orange option or the green option. So that did not have anything to do with timing.
Okay. All right. So seeing no other questions for Ms. Risler, thank you. And obviously, I know you're not going anywhere. Okay. So at this point, Sam, could you bring us Ms. Cronin, who was on the advisory committee, to hopefully answer the question raised by Representative Millette?
Yes, Representative.
And then, since we do have Ms. Cronin available, we might ask her to expand a little bit on her thoughts about moving forward. But Ms. Cronin, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate you being here. And did you hear Representative Millette's question? And
I did. Thank you very much.
Okay. And are you able to respond to it?
I am. Yes.
Go right ahead.
So when we think of early intervention, it's broader than just what IDEA provides, especially for main care children. So main care children have the protection of what's called EPSDT, early periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment. And what that overall Medicaid mandate says is that young children are to be screened, diagnosed, evaluated, and treated so that whatever their disability is can be ameliorated or mitigated and improved. So that very much overlays with IDEA Part C and Part B, because you folks are trying to make sure that children become educationally ready and that their disability is essentially mitigated so that they're able to access their FAPE. So both of these laws happen at the same time. And because both of these laws happen at the same time, except for EPSDT is a little bit broader even, because that's all medically necessary, everything medically necessary. And of course, things that are educationally necessary are also often medically necessary, like speech therapy. You can't access your education without speech therapy. You know, things like that, or daily life skills. So how in Maine that's covered is oftentimes through Section 28 or Section 65. So those are Maine Care billing codes, and that's underneath HHS's land and Maine Care's land. So what happens now is it's really like two tectonic plates kind of shifting together. How does educational necessity and medical necessity combine and connect and get paid for in the most logical way? So right now what happens is if a child is found eligible for CDS, for instance, and they say, we believe for your educational benefit, you need 10 hours. Now I'm throwing this out. I am not saying what it is. They just say, we need 10 hours for your IEP. And then a doctor says 10 hours, we need 20 hours. That's not going to cover the medical need. Then what parents do and what advocates like me suggest is that they take the 10 hours of educational need and augment that, add 10 additional hours of medical need to it. So they would be paying for 10 hours from the IDEA world and 10 hours from the EPSDT world, which causes confusion. One reason it causes confusion is Medicaid is usually the payer of the last resort, except in the land of education. Education is allowed to bill Medicaid. Schools and CDS are allowed to bill Medicaid, and we encourage it because we have a much higher FMAP. Am I making sense? Am I doing, all right. If I'm talking too much, just say stop. But this is the answer. So we really want people to bill Medicaid because Medicaid has a lot more reimbursement and it doesn't come essentially directly from either general tax dollars or property tax dollars, which is the payer of the last resort. Really in Maine is our property taxers for our education. So we want to maximize this. So HHS, so what this bill is basically saying, make sure that Section 28 and Section 65, those Medicaid bills, are wide open for preschool billing. Here's the problem. The problem is a number of years ago, people got frustrated with CDS. And they said CDS doesn't bill enough, they're a pain in the butt. And I've said that on live TV, they're a pain and we are frustrated with them. So we're not going to work with CDS at all. We're going to just bill through Section 28. We're just going to go through Medicare, Maine Care. But there's some real systemic problems to that. Can you all hear me? My internet's unstable. And the problem with that is you're not identifying child find kids, and you're not, and kids aren't ready for kindergarten. So all these kids are coming into kindergarten and the schools didn't know about them. So we must coordinate. If not, kids aren't going to be prepared for, and Medicaid, Maine Care is not going to look at the reading skills and all the educational ready skills that the education model needs. We need to work together, which is how both federal laws really kind of read. And we can do it. Did that answer your question?
I Representative Millette, did that answer your question?
Oh, yes. Yes, it did, Ms. Cronin. Thank you. And I think it speaks to the complexity of this ecosystem for this part of our population of children. And I struggle to understand how we can be working on this issue in education, and Health and Human Services is also working on this issue without us being clear with each other about the end goal. So I think to my good chairs, that's something for us to chew on. Thank you.
Also, one last thing, they have a plan and you have a plan, IEP and ITP, individual treatment plan. That means these families are going through two plans with two sets of laws and and some serious uncoordination. And what happens to our children if these remain uncoordinated is essentially you might get a different strategy from these professionals versus these professionals, and the kids might not learn as well. So we really want to find a way of working together and braiding these systems, which is also why I testified yesterday for, I'm just going to tell you, for Senator Diamond's bill that said a children's department somewhat makes sense because it might help us braid. But regardless of where you go, we have to find a way of braiding these funds. If not, we're spending too much money and kids aren't getting what they need efficiently and in a non-duplicative manner. But I do believe it's possible. I know it's possible.
So, Ms. Cronin, one quick question. The ITP or the IEP, is either one supersede the other, or are they both co-equal?
What's really important, and this is why the main care section 106 you've heard about, the main care is trying to write a new section to braid these two together. If the ITP if the plan for main care is not in your IEP, Medicaid won't pay for it. Okay. So it is very important that the ITP is included in the IEP for payment.
Okay, so that leads me very quickly to another question, and hopefully an expanded discussion here. But in the past, when you've come before the committee, you've talked about the importance of braided funding and the Medicaid aspect, and that in the CDS system, we may not have done as good a job as we should in billing for main care and having this braided system. So, but I think you've also said in the past that this is an issue that can immediately go forward for discussion with DOE and DHHS, and it's not something that we need to study or that we need to put off. This is work that should be proceeding right now, and then we should be looking for benchmarks, reports from both DHHS and DOE on how they're progressing. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is correct. And don't do it for all of from 0 to 21.
Sure.
Because
right.
we can have some property tax relief in that as well.
Okay.
You could almost use the vehicle of the DHHS bill because they are more confused than you are about this. So that DHHS bill, that might give them a vehicle to be able to do it. And when you're talking about Medicaid billing, have the meeting jointly.
Yeah. So now the standard that we're looking at is who's the least confused?
It's you.
Right. Well, I'm glad to know that we're the least confused. Representative Millette, and but before I get to you, Ms. Risler had her hand raised first, so go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, I just got an email that the Department of Education does have some info about some work they're doing with the DHHS if you want to hear from them.
Okay, we will in a second. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to hear this information because we've known in the Education Committee easily 6 years or more about the issue with main care billing, because when my early days, there was a precipitous drop in districts billing main care for services because DHHS was clawing back money because of some billing errors, filing errors, coding errors, etc. and it just turns out that there's a complete lack of compatibility in the coding for IEPs versus ITPs, and schools were just like, forget it, it's not worth it. And we have just let all of those federal funds sit there for years now. I'm going to be listening very closely to what we hear because again, this has been on our radar for a long time. This has been on DOE's radar for a long time. I do recognize that there's a new administration and they're probably coming to this issue fairly anew compared to this committee. So I'm going to stop talking so we can hear from the department.
And before we hear from the department, Ms. Cronin, the last time, again, you were before the committee, you kind of broadly talked about those issues, again, that you thought could move ahead more immediately, and those things that may need some further attention. Could you quickly fill those two big buckets for us again?
Yes. You need to, so yes, creating a centralized billing system was the idea that the advisory committee brought you. There
Yep.
may be many positives and negatives. Doing that with HHS makes sense. You have a vehicle in their department, in fact. Child find is a simple letter, you know,
Yep.
saying we want report backs and we want you to go forth, rebrand and do that. So you can do that pretty quick. Part C, you received testimony from Mrs. Mackey Andrews, who
Yep.
said, "Don't forget the babies." I think you could move legislation to move Part C to DOE with some real good oversight pretty fast. And then Part B, what I'm hoping you guys will do is have a good long conversation about which direction do you want it to go to? Do you want 3 to 5 year olds to go to schools? And if so, then you'll probably need a resolve or something to come back on. How are we going to do that in a better way? You need schools. That's the one that needs the meat. Or do you want to keep it in CDS? That's the place that decisions have to be made. And whichever decision you make will yield, okay, now what? But we can't get to the now what without you making those decisions.
Okay. So the things that, again, you think that would be able to proceed without necessarily having legislation would be centralized billing, upgrading child find and improving our child find system. And then, well, we probably would need legislation to move Part C to DOE.
You do.
Yeah.
And you need something for Part B, but you'll need legislation for the centralized child find. You just already have the vehicle with DHHS with that other bill. So you,
Okay.
I mean, you could hop onto that because they want to do something. They're just,
And
it makes more sense for that to be theirs.
Okay, well, just to give a finer point to that, in terms of child find legislation, what would you envision that legislation looking like?
You don't need legislation for
You don't
child
need-
find. You
okay.
need a letter.
A
letter
okay.
directing them to
Okay.
do what they already know. What they have stuff in motion, but essentially a letter saying you want them to really focus on this a little
Okay.
bit more. It's time.
And then jumping over to the other bucket you were talking about, because I think this is important for the committee to hear and understand, that you're basically saying if we make a decision that the 3 to 5 year olds are going to be moving in the direction of SAU's school-based system away from the regional-based. That would be a policy decision that we would make, and then direct legislation to start to answer the questions about how that transition would be made from a regional system to a school-based system. Okay,
Correct.
so that's still a fairly significant policy decision that this committee would have to make. Or
Yes.
would it be, I don't want to reinvent another study again. We probably don't want to say to the department, tell us what you think of a regional system or a school-based system. Okay.
The department's already giving you their opinion. They like the idea of moving it to schools.
School-based. And lastly, before we get to the department, there was also, I think it was Representative Farnsworth, our last discussion, introduced the idea of a hybrid system, meaning that in those places that possibly don't have an SAU that is appropriate or unwilling or whatever, that you may have a blended or hybrid system of school-based, but also still community-based. That's something that would maybe require some further study over the next year to identify those places in the state where that might be an issue, or is that
No.
something that, no, okay.
You don't need to study it. You just have to decide it, because
Okay.
no matter which way you go, you're going to have to say, now, how do we do it?
Okay. Okay.
And so,
Thank
that
you.
hybrid
Fair enough.
system also is,
Fair enough.
and I'll
So,
hang out in the waiting room through this whole thing. I won't leave.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, if you could stay around at least until noontime or until we're done with this discussion, and be hugely helpful. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Representative Millette, the intention is to go to DOE to answer the questions about DHHS, but if you have a question before that, yes.
Yes, thank you. Nancy, you say that we need to first decide the policy of what, keeping CDS or shifting the programs to SAUs and other schools. That decision does involve understanding what it's going to take to appropriately make those transitions, right? So in other words, if somebody were trying to decide between those two, they would have to know what's going to be involved. Do you think that we would have to have a conversation about, if we were going to go to SAUs, here are the steps as were outlined basically in PCG's report. Are you aware of anything in the report or in the advisory committee response or any other documents that would discuss what would be involved in appropriately keeping it within CDS?
There are no documents that I know of. The information that has largely been given to you is that we need more money, but I personally do not believe that that's the extent of it. There's more that you would need to be able to keep it in CDS and change the culture and build the faith. But you are in a crisis of what happens to a bunch of professionals.
Yeah.
That's why you need to make a decision, is for the professionals.
I understand. And the families as well?
Yes, and the children.
Yeah.
We can't afford to wait no more limbo for kids.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we look forward to talking to you before the day's over, Ms. Cronin. So next, Ms. Rizzler, who's available from the department? Is it Erin Frazier or?
We have both Erin Frazier and Jamie Michaud.
Okay, can we bring them both, Sam, can we bring them both into the discussion?
Yes, Representative.
Ms. Frazier, thank you for being here. And Ms. Michaud, thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. And I think you've been following the discussion. So if you could answer or provide any additional information about the question that was raised about DHHS, and the ITP process and how it interacts with the IEP process, that would be helpful at this point. And then I think after answering that question, if you could expand on your thoughts about the report and where you think we're moving with child find billing and the future director of CDS. And after that, if you could answer questions from members of the committee, I think that would be helpful. So did you follow
okay.
all of that? The first thing
I'm going to try to broadly answer your questions, Representative Brennan, and then if I've left anything out, please don't hesitate to ask. So I'll have Jamie speak a little bit about the interplay between DHHS and Part C services and how those two work together collaboratively to support children birth to 2 or through their 3rd birthday. But in terms of main care billing specifically, there is a difference right now because of the way we structure CDS is separate from school age population in terms of how we interface with main care. So in terms of the birth to 2, the Part C children, we have discovered that we are leaving funds at the table, main care dollars at the table, because of the elimination in 2008 of Section 27, which was this understanding of developmental therapy. And so what we have done was we have proactively met with Office of Main Care Systems, and Jamie did a really nice job of providing some text and some guidelines around what the requirement of that is so that we could work to get those services reimbursable again. So at this point, we've done that preliminary work. Jamie's provided a lot of documentation about what developmental therapy is, defined it, for lack of a better term. And then now it's in the hands of OMS. They have that information. They're working internally to understand if, how, when they would move that work forward. We meet with OMS monthly, and we have several different agenda items that we work on, but this is one of the agenda items that we work on monthly. So for 3 to 5-year-olds, CDS is, in my opinion, trying to maximize whatever you can bill for in main care. We are maximizing those services through our main care billing system, SYNC, and through the work that we do with providers. Main care billing is optional. I mean, parents can decline us using those insurance services for reimbursement, but as much as possible, we try to get those services for children reimbursed under main care. And for the most part, there are some statistics on that in the annual report we gave you around, I think it was 75% or 80% of children who have main care are billed under that for specific services that are reimbursable. There is a difference. One of the problems that we come into is that a FAPE for 4-year-olds by user standards is only 9 hours. So some of the special purpose private schools that we work with find other ways to prolong that day through main care medically reimbursable services. So that's just something that exists in Maine that I'm looking at to try to understand, what is in reality, we're looking into that understanding of how many hours of FAPE. And I explained before that the statute says 10 hours, user says 9 hours and 6 hours for 3-year-olds. So we're trying to work as a team to kind of look at that in the revision of user and get that sorted out. When it comes to school age billing, that is completely district driven or SAU driven. So SAU has to want to do that, and they have to commit to doing that. For instance, I brought that billing to the one district that I worked in. We billed for day treatment. It's the most complex billing that you can do. It does involve the combination of an IEP and an ITP. It requires 90-day review of documentation of that IEP. It's very complicated and administrative heavy. You also have to have certain key credentialed staff to be able to get reimbursed for main care through day treatment. As soon as I left the district, they ended doing that because it was so administratively heavy, and because local districts are confused by how to bill main care, and they're very concerned because there's been a lot of SAUs that have had to prepay after audits. So that's why SAUs are shy to, if they're not doing it already, they're shy to initiate those services. So in my work at the DOE, I'm looking into supporting a statewide data system that would take care of IEP management and also main care billing. And so my hope is that if I support districts administratively, take some of that administrative burden off of them, that they'll be more, and also help with them in the compliance piece. So doing risk management so they don't have the potential to have a reimbursable situation, that will support more districts from billing main care. So there's really 3 separate main care issues that are happening depending on which level that you're on. And I hope that was clear. If there's any clarifying questions about that, you can definitely ask them to me.
And Ms. Fraser, as you mentioned, this is ongoing work that you're engaged in at this point, and that you recognize there was a huge problem in terms of the underutilization and lack of billing of main care, and that this is a priority for you in the department at this point?
Absolutely, because we're leaving a lot of federal money at the table, and we hear about the high cost of special education, and we know there's a solution to that. I have been in a district that have had to pay back millions of dollars, and those stories are the things that kind of make people reticent to do this. So we are working, though, to increase the likelihood that districts will bill, they'll feel safe about it, and take on some of the administrative burdens so that they don't have that situation. So the second, the ITP and the IEP are documents that work together. They have very different criteria, so they're not interchangeable. So some of the goals on the ITP, for instance, the individual treatment plan, are really more with mental health or adaptive functioning, and they are sometimes community-based, sometimes they carry over into the home. It's not the same document as the IEP. The IEP really works on focusing how children are able to access their faith. What skills do they need to access their education in the least restrictive environment? So there is communication between these 2 they're totally separate documents. There is the capacity to have some duplication across them, but at this point, there really are separate documents. But I will say that an IEP team typically can have information on the ITP, and members of the IEP team are involved in creating the ITP. So they are separate documents. One is for billing and insurance, and one is for education. So they really aren't interchangeable documents. So I just wanted to clarify that. And they're not sometimes meshed, because what you're working on in a medical model isn't the same as what you're working on, because the IEP only addresses access to FAPE. So that's how those 2 documents are different. And now I will let Jamie, so DHHS and Part C and CDS work closely to provide services beyond billing. So I'm going to have Jamie talk a little bit about the work she does with DHHS in that child find area for very small children, 0 to 3.
Thank you. Before we get to Jamie, Ms. Michaud, does anybody have any question just at this point on what Ms. Fraser said? Okay, great. Ms. Michaud, thank you. We'll turn to you now.
Yeah, so just to wrap up the billing piece that Aaron described, it's very similar in Part C as it is in Part B. So we are currently maximizing our main care billing for all Part C services. Unfortunately, we cannot bill for what goes on a plan as special instruction. So what this means is our services in Part C are provided to families under what we call a primary service provider, or PSP, because we can't seem to do things without an acronym, right? We need more letters. So the primary service provider is chosen from our team of professionals so that the family has one main ongoing contact and can build a relationship with their primary provider. And then that provider may be supported from the rest of the team. Some of this might sound familiar from my presentation earlier. So when that primary provider is a clinician or therapist, so occupational therapist, physical therapist, or speech language pathologist, we can bill those services to main care. If that primary service provider is a special educator, or any sort of teacher, we are not currently able to bill that through main care. So we have been working really hard collaboratively with the Office of Main Care Services, trying to follow some guidance that we were able to receive from other states who have figured out how to bill this through their Medicaid systems. So we are currently working on that, and we have provided a lot of information to the Office of Main Care about how other states have done this, in hopes that we can recreate it in Maine. And then as far as working with DHHS on Part C service provision, we get a lot of referrals from DHHS for our babies and our toddlers. There's something called CAPTA, the Child Abuse Prevention Treatment Act, and that requires all children who are found to have a substantiated case of abuse and neglect to be referred for early intervention. So each week we get those referrals on an automatic system that's in place from DHHS to CDS. And then I am currently working, because we're always trying to increase our child find percentages. We're currently starting an initiative trying to get more substance exposed infants referred to CDS as early as possible, because they are automatically eligible for early intervention in Maine. So one of our eligibility criteria is called established conditions of risk, and that is one of those established conditions. So we're working with DHHS and the Office of Child and Family Services in some planning around how we can increase those referrals to CDS and get them as early as possible and as many of them as possible.
Thank you very much. And obviously the interaction between DHHS and DOE and the IEP and the ITP and Medicaid is, I'm glad somebody else has that responsibility for figuring it out, not me. So thank you for your explanation. And Representative Millette, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier it was mentioned that Section 27 was eliminated. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it was section 27. I'd have to double check the number. But you know how now we have section 28, it was section 27. It was eliminated in 2008.
Interesting date. Okay. And that's on the Health and Human Services side.
Yes.
So actually, so Ms. Cronin says section 27 and section 24 were eliminated. So, and those sections dealt with 0 to 2?
Yes, specifically that educational component, special developmental therapy is what it was used to be referred to as. We refer to it now as special instruction.
Is there anything right now in Health and Human Services that provides funding for services for this age group?
Just for the, as Jamie mentioned, the licensed medical providers like OT, PT, speech. Those are the only medical profession. Jamie is social worker, also reimbursable for Part C.
Not currently.
Okay, so just a PT, OT, and speech are currently, we can reimburse for those in Part C.
But not, Part C is under CDS. I'm trying to just get an understanding of Health and Human Services.
Oh, okay. Well, those are the only medically licensed individuals that can get reimbursed in Part C. When you turn to Part B, there is the Section 28 and Section 65 services that people can bill for. And under those services, there's special instruction involved in day treatment level services. So that's how the billing shifts after you get to Part B. There's Section 68 and Section 65 and Section 28.
I'm still on C, 0 to 2. 2865 doesn't help that age group, correct?
No. Mm-mm.
So please don't get me confused.
I'm sorry.
Let's just live in 0 to 2 for the moment. Part C. So PT, OT, and speech, I'm thinking not for 0 to 2.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And that is some crossover then with CDS, because CDS or no, are there IEPs for 0 to 2?
They're called IFSPs. They're individual family service plans. So the goal of 0 to 2 is to really build family structures and provide intervention services through family development and support. Potentially, children might need some direct services in around speech therapy, OT, PT, or developmental treatment. But really, the work is to support families and that support as they're the people who are, working with the children all the time.
And the PT, OT, and speech that are medically billable on the Health and Human Services side, which section is that?
It's just like a medical service, like it's not under any section. It's under the licensure of the clinician.
Okay. Okay.
Like going to a doctor's office for speech or PT.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
I know, it's a lot.
And then, all right, so then if, Mr. Chair, if it's okay if I just walk now over to Part B questions?
If if this is the best time to do that, I suppose.
Okay, I mean, I'm hoping that this is the time where we start to really get less confused than we were before today. Okay, I'm seeing some head nods. All right, so now we're to Part B. What sections? So sections for Part B again were 27 and 65?
No, 28 is 28 and 65. So 65 is the mental health, behavioral health, and 28 is the adaptive. So that's how those two medical delineations are made. And then additionally, you can also bill under the licensure of a medically certified person, OT, PT, speech.
OT, PT, and speech. And that's the possible crossover with IEPs.
Yes.
And so CDS now offers the IEP.
Yes.
In conjunction with section 28 and 65.
Yes, and again, we don't talk about section 28 and 65 in any context in the IEP because the IEP is not driven by reimbursement, it's driven by need. So those things are established after the fact. We do have, obviously we've worked with OMS to make sure that our IEP indicates certain criteria for qualifying for section 65 or section 28, but we don't talk about those things when we develop IEPs.
Right. Okay. So before your time in the department, Ms. Fraser, the committee did authorize and proceed with or authorize the cost driver study in the 127th. And directed the department to work with DHHS around the billing issues. I would love to just understand better how significant, because it's sounding like to me from your work that where DOE and DHHS landed is we really can't do any, there's no changing of coding to help on the DHHS side to make it align more easily with what's happening in our schools. Would that be a correct assessment?
I mean, main care is insurance. So it's we do, like, we worked hard to align our language in the IEP without making the IEP a medical document. We worked hard to align our language so that, and we put out guidance in March of 2020, it was joint guidance on how to explicitly write in an IEP what these services looked like. And so that's the work that potentially came out of that committee that you mentioned previously. So that happened pretty soon after I got there. They were working on that. We're also working collaboratively on Chapter 106, which is, I mean, we have input that was tabled, I think, and now there's more stakeholder input involved. So we're working to support that. So we do collaborate, but there's certain things that, you know, we don't have, you know, like for instance, we gave feedback and documentation to support special instruction and birth to three. And again, that's being worked on internally. We don't have any kind of updates on how that progresses until more is done internally.
How many folks are working on that internally, and how many other things are those folks doing at the same time?
I don't really know. I mean, we work with 3 individuals. One is the school-based person, one is the policy person, and so 2 of them are kind of supervisory. And so there's 3 people on our team. We have CDS, and we have the coordinators on that are the heads of my teams that work together to kind of support moving forward and trying to understand how we can, you know, navigate getting more schools to bill. Sometimes we might do a joint presentation. We did one for Maine Parent Federation, myself and Trista Collins. So we do try to work together to support that work, but I don't have any idea what internal team or what that work looks like. I just know that it's an involved process.
Chapter 106 is what again?
Chapter 106 is the billing document that would be reimbursing for school-based medically necessitated services. So, for instance, I mean, this is very complicated, but there's like a bundled rate for day treatment, and part of the work there is to unbundle that rate so that you might be able to have social work services billed separately, have BCBA services billed separately, and then they're also looking at the rates of payment because the rate to reimburse speech therapists is very high. The rate to reimburse OT and PTs are very low. So we have to kind of pay more to those professions because they make as much as a speech therapist. So they're looking at a cost study around what the rates are and rate setting, and all of those things are involved.
So
I think I'm going to step back. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we need to move on.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Right. It's close to 11:15, and we're want to get done as close to 12 or a little after as possible. And we do have a lot of ground to cover. Ms. Rizzler, I saw that you had your hand raised. Did you want to add anything?
I just, Nancy Cronin had put some substantive information in the chat function. And I know we try to generally use the chat function for technical issues only, but I did just want to alert that to the committee.
Okay. So just at this point, does anybody have any other questions, committee, for Ms. Frazier or Ms. Michaud? In particular about DHHS, I think we've kind of exhausted that discussion. And were there any other questions at this point? Okay, seeing none, Representative Millette.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I know you have an idea of about where we're supposed to be at the end of this committee meeting, but I still have some questions, and I've actually been working on this issue for a number of years. And this is, we've got people in the same room. So I would love to understand more about what Child Find looks like through HHS, because I heard mention of that.
That would be fine. I just am suggesting at this point we move past a discussion about DHHS and the Medicaid billing. And the task that we have.
I've asked about child find.
To some degree, yes. But the issue we have before us is that hopefully by the time we end the discussion today, we'll have the broad outline of legislation that we can ask Ms. Risler to start drafting that will allow us to hold a public hearing sometime in the near future. So I'd like to get other people on the committee some input into those things that they think are important for that discussion, and directing Ms. Risler to draft something so that we would be in a position to have a public hearing. So if there are specific items that people on the committee would like to address to Ms. Frazier or to Ms. Michaud at this point, that'd be great. But I was also hoping to have Ms. Cronin come back and give us a broad outline from the advisory committee of what they envisioned in terms of legislation. Senator Daughtry.
I did ask a question about what child find looks like in Health and Human Services. I'd like to better understand how that relates to the child find in CVS. Thank you.
Okay, and you'd like that right now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Frazier, could you answer that question?
I think that Jamie talked about the CAPTA. That's really where most of our referrals come from DHHS, is when there is a substantiated claim of abuse. That would be how we get provided a child find from DHHS. Other than that, we have health providers. We delineated that list of all the people who refer, families can refer, but that is how that's the main mechanism that DHHS has of referring children who are vulnerable to CVS. We're working to increase substance abuse, those sections of DHS that include substance abuse, to work with that. And also Jamie's working on lead poisoning. Is that Jamie? Yeah. So there's a lead poisoning. What's that committee called? What section of?
It's the main CDC lead poisoning unit. And so they are beginning to refer all of their children who are diagnosed as being lead poisoned. I mentioned those established conditions that make children automatically eligible for Part C. So we do also have collaborations with other branches of DHHS to get those referrals. For instance, children with special health needs, our main birth defects program, main newborn blood spot program, those various branches of DHHS to ensure we're getting as many of those children with established conditions at birth when possible.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sort of wanted to chime in that I know we're trying to make progress on this and really hoping to get done at noon, but it's clear it's hard, as everyone has said, and all of our wonderful presenters. This is such a complex and convoluted issue for a multitude of reasons that I am wondering. I think we should keep moving forward, but I think it might be wise. I know I personally am going to need to sit with a little bit of this to really think about the next steps forward. So just sort of want to put that plug out to my colleagues and think, maybe we might want to get another one of these days, because it is nice to have everyone in the same room and available for just these questions. So just wanted to throw that out there, that I think, we're probably going to need some follow-up questions as well. And also want to thank the presenters, because I know this is your life's work, and also, just as complicated. We want to make sure we do the right thing. So just
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have a bit more information about the child find details. It seems that you're talking about referrals that come through programs, but I'm wondering about the progress that's been made about outreach to public health nurses, to physicians, that sort of thing, and how that intersects with these programs, please.
Jamie, do you want to field that one?
Yes, sure thing. So we began our statewide outreach plan in January 2021. Previous to that, each regional CDS site, so there are 9 sites around the state, and each one was tasked with developing and implementing their own child find outreach plan. So we decided under the new leadership at CDS to bring that to the state level. And part of my new role as the Part C coordinator is overseeing that statewide plan, which includes exactly what you were mentioning, Representative Dodge. So ensuring that we are doing outreach with all of our primary referral sources, and that includes physicians. It includes Maine Families Home Visiting, who are also going into homes of infants and toddlers, public health nurses, any agency we can think of and that we know exists that works with children under age 3 is part of that statewide outreach plan. And so there's an early intervention program manager at each site that I supervise, and I make sure that they are implementing the statewide plan within their region. And then I do statewide outreach. So I would meet, for instance, with a group of public health nurses, maybe they're district managers. And so I would meet and disseminate information to them and follow up with a presentation at their local level with the local program manager in their area. If you want me to be more specific, I certainly can. I'm trying to give you enough information and be respectful of your time.
And I assume that intersects with WIC and TANF and SNAP and the whole gamut, but only since January of 2020.
Only since January was it overseen as a statewide plan. Prior to that, each region would look at their referrals and decide who are they getting referrals from, who are they not getting referrals from, and deciding, where to put forth the most energy, but recognizing that each year we would remind all of our referral sources about CDS and the program that we have and the services we provide.
That helps.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, this is all brand new to me. And honestly, it's, a lot of it's just kind of sailing. Yet I'm sitting here and I'm trying to see, how is there a way possible to simplify the ask of what we need to do from a legislative body to move this discussion forward? And, when I was listening to Ms. Cronin, she was at least about trying to give maybe some solutions to fill the gaps and the issues that are in play here. Would it be possible to get, a roadmap or a suggestion from the DOE on how to solve these problems?
Well, based on the PCG report and my own work in the state and collaborating with CDS and learning about it, we have mentioned that we are interested in keeping C and B together. We really work hard in the transition from C to B services, and we feel like putting C in a different agency would complicate that. It's already complicated working across agencies. And so we feel like unifying those two things would be really helpful and beneficial, bringing them into the DOE. We also support 3 to 5, 619 going to SAUs. Right now, we're doing a massive effort to, as you've heard previously, to build programming in the state because of unmet need, which is just unacceptable to us. And so we're really partnering with districts right now to establish their own programs in a hope that at some point that might be under the administrative leadership of the SAUs. So the work that we're doing to build programming now will be creating infrastructure that can be transitioned. The hope is to transition that if that were to be the direction the committee goes in. That would be our hope, given that we feel, I mean, as a special ed director, as an educator, I always felt that that was disjointed, having it in 2 separate entities. And so the transitions were often challenging from preschool to kindergarten. It seemed as if the 2 teams were speaking different languages. We've done a lot to make a consistent program offering between 3 to 5 year olds and school age people. But we definitely think that it would be helpful to have it in SAU administrative oversight.
So, Ms. Fraser, just to follow up on your response to Representative Crockett, we would need legislation to move C into DOE. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we were to make a decision to move from a more regional system to a 3 to 5 based SAU system, that would require legislative direction in terms of looking at how that transition would play out and working through the issues to make that type of transition. Right.
Correct. We would have to
Okay.
make a pretty substantial comprehensive transition plan. But as I just want to help people understand that we're trying to build that infrastructure currently so that it would lend itself to a transition. About if it doesn't, that's fine, but we are building that so that it can transition.
Okay. And then the centralized billing that you talked about in terms of Medicaid and the working with DHHS and working with school districts on the centralized billing, that would not necessarily need legislation, but we might want to have oversight of the work that you're doing to make sure that certain benchmarks are achieved or updates or reports about the progress that you're making.
Yeah, I mean, the obstacle to centralized billing is that at this point, there's local control over whether or not SAUs bill. And so I'm working tirelessly to try to make it increase billing. But I think that in order to do that, knowing the challenges districts face when they get an audit and knowing what the administrative ask is to do this billing, that's how I want to support so that it would create an increase in billing statewide.
Okay. And then lastly, on the child find effort, I mean, we've had a long discussion and presentation before when you were before us in early March about child find and some of the difficulties with child find, some of the things that the state is not doing as well and could do better in child find. And at this point, you wouldn't necessarily be recommending legislation, but you would be recommending oversight and or we might be recommending oversight and report back to you in terms of the progress you're making on child find.
I think that structure is already embedded within the legislative process, given the annual report that CDS has to provide. And those are that is a mechanism where we could report back to you how we're doing. You know, hopefully when Jamie shows you that graph around referral sources next year, we'll see increases because of targeted work we're doing to increase child find in those areas. Our Part B numbers are consistent. Our Part 619 numbers for child find are consistent with national numbers. It's the Part C that is low in comparison to other states. So, our child find activities, we do referrals in Part B 619 from our child centers and from families. So yeah, that reporting mechanism would be there to report on our progress.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in part of the conversation around a possible shift of Part B 619 to SAUs is around funding of those students. And I think in prior committees and prior legislatures, there has been expressed a pretty significant concern about the transfer of these costs onto SAUs and as a result, local property taxes. So let's just hypothetically say that the committee does decide that going to SAUs is the way to go, but chooses to have the department cover the cost of these students. Does that then open up for the possibility of or an easier possibility for centralized billing, because then you take away the local decision? because it's all falling under DOE now?
That's a really tough question for me to answer. I'd have to, I don't know how that would look. And I know that our billing mechanisms for 619 are really in place right now. I would need to have some time with that question to really provide an answer. I couldn't answer that.
So at this point, are there any other questions for Ms. Fraser or Ms. Michaud? Okay, seeing none. I would like to call back Ms. Cronin. Sam, if you could bring her back online. And Ms. Fraser, Ms. Michaud, you'll still be available for the remainder of the time. Okay, thank you. Representative Millette.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have one more question. Are there, I'm thinking back again, because this has such an extended history now within this committee. I thought there might have been the development of or requirement for a memorandum of understanding between DHHS and DOE around this work. I'm sorry, I'm so vague, but it's kind
Yeah,
of.
no, I'm not aware of any MOU between, I mean, the only formal report that we have, we do collaborate with. We collaborate on an autism report. We collaborate on, that comes out of DHHS. We collaborate on the CDS annual report. I'm not aware of any MOU that directs any work between DHHS and DOE.
Not around centralized billing or not centralized, but just billing, main care billing for these services?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm gonna have to dig. And maybe Ms. Risler, if you can try to look back as well. Thank you.
Okay. So is Ms. Cronin available?
Yes, Representative. You ready for me to make the switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, thank you, and welcome back. I'm hoping that you listened to the discussion we just had with Ms. Fraser and Ms. Michaud. And Ms. Fraser, I mean, Ms. Cronin, Ms. Fraser generally sketched out a legislative path for us. Would you concur with that? Would you disagree with that? Or would you add to it in some way?
What you folks are talking about spans a lot of different topics. If I were you, I would chunk it out. I do think talking about billing makes sense, but with HHS. I think there needs to be some discussion of child find after what I just heard, because child find is from 0 to 21, not 0 to 3. And there does need to be some other conversations about that. It appears, but you have most of what you need in the PCG reports. Although I'm happy to outline whatever the PCG says to make it easier for you to look at. You need to make a decision about 0 to 3-year-olds or 0 to 2-year-olds. Part C. Do you want to move CDS to DOE, which is what the recommendation is? And what do you want to do with 3 to 21-year-olds? Do you want to move them to schools, and how do you want to make that happen? So I would not have I would have at least 2 different conversations. 1 2-hour chunk for just Part C, 1 2-hour chunk for just Part B, and talk it through, because what you're talking about is extremely vast and extremely important. What you have right now is you have 0 to 2-year-olds who are less wait lists, more confusion. You have right now the most restrictive eligibility in the nation, and you have the lowest child find in the nation. We're doing the worst in the nation. Part B, you have the wait lists. And you also have wait lists over at Section 28 side. So you've got wait lists and children not being served. Those are different conversations that have different solutions.
Thank you. No, that's helpful. I just want to ask quickly, the advisory committee, which you were on, they did recommend moving C to DOE. Is that correct?
We did. And the
Okay.
reason for that is one, DOE was a part of it, and we could all agree that that is something that could be moved and stabilize those children pretty quickly. The discussion, the disagreements we had, we were not able to get consensus for the 3 to 5 year olds.
Okay. And I just can't immediately recall if you had a specific recommendation about the 3 to 5 and SAUs.
The PCG does provide you an outline, but it's not detailed enough to be able to, and it didn't include enough teachers and actually educators. It was too much from an administration point of view to be satisfying to schools. So you need to have teachers and a few parent agencies, but it's really teachers in this one about what would you need to be able to move it forward. It didn't touch funding at all, and that is a big deal. You're going to need to decide how we're going to manage funding, whether it's through the EPS or whether it's what I think should be looked at as an iterative model in which you're kind of back paying because you don't know how many kids you're going to get and when you're going to get kids. And is this a year-round service? So there's more conversations that have to be had around moving to schools, but it's not with like a PCG level. It's with a facilitator in which you have schools coming in and different models, and you get a real detailed step-by-step, what do we need to do and what are the different pieces.
And that's clearly not a discussion for the committee. That's a discussion in terms of, quote, implementation moving forward.
If that's the way you go.
Right.
If you say, we want you to do this and we want to direct a facilitator, you could direct me, you could direct the advisory committee or the DD council, because that's kind of our job, to have those conversations and bring them back to you and try to get people together on this. Because that's what you're going to need. You're going to need people a little bit more together on this one. And
you're not suggesting we're not together, right?
Oh, I am not. You guys are awesome, and everybody in this state is awesome, and we all love and care about our children. But conversations in the same room help.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions, because after having listened to Ms. Cronin. Ms. Cronin, those conversations that you're suggesting, would that inform, do you think those conversations of those parties could inform our decision-making about how to proceed? So I'm now wondering, I know we've just said we don't need to study it anymore, but if you're thinking that these folks really need to be able to weigh in,
it's not quite what I mean. If you said, we're going to move 4 and 5 year olds, which is an easy one, to school systems. What needs to happen to do that? What are the questions that we need to answer to truly make that happen? That's the way we want to go. I'm saying if that's the way you want to go, and then bring people together to have the granular, this is how we suggest we do that in a really granular way, in a really collaborative way. And then next spring, we come back and say, here it is. This is the granular effort. And we figured out we needed a couple more decisions from you folks. For instance, like how we're going to fund it.
And it's interesting that you phrased it that way at the beginning. The 4 to 5 year olds is the easier one. what, if any, barriers are there keeping 3-year-olds with CDS under DOE versus sending 3-year-olds to the SAUs?
I believe the Assistant Attorney General might have some statements on that. The 3-year-olds are in Part B. You could frame it that way. In fact, the advisory committee really liked that idea and model, but 3-year-olds are an IEP process, and you would have to be very careful that when we're creating the system, we're not creating more transitions than we should. So it might be a more of you might choose to do more of a step model. So we're going to move 4 and 5-year-olds to the school system, see how that goes, while we're going to keep the 3-year-olds for, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cronin. And if you could stay with us, that would be helpful. So it's 20 minutes to 12. And I at this point, I'd love to hear any thoughts or comments from people on the committee about what Ms. Frazier has proposed, as well as Ms. Cronin. And I don't I don't want to Senator Rafferty and then Representative Salisbury and then Representative McCray. So we'll start with Senator Rafferty.
Well, for me personally, this is clearly a lot of information to digest, and it is a bit overwhelming. But I do like the concept of going to these so-called experts as advisors and having these discussions. I'm a big one on terms of communication. I know folks are looking for action, but I think that we need to get at the nitty-gritty and see how this is best done, so I would more than willing to do what we can in order to get these questions answered. I feel like my head's full of questions right now, and acronyms on top of that. So I'm struggling with a little bit of it here.
Okay, Representative McCray and then Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my third term in the legislature and on this committee. And as Representative Millett has mentioned numerous times, it's just a problem that is so huge and been going on for so long. It seems to me, and I can't even claim to be in depth with this, although I've listened to a lot of it, tried to absorb it. It appears to me that the recommendations and the direction that this seems to be going is to move 4 and 5-year-olds to the SAUs, maybe 3 to 5-year-olds to the SAUs. If that's what the experts are kind of recommending, I guess my feeling is let's do what we can to move this thing ahead, rather than it just appears that we've kicked the can down the road and haven't really moved a whole lot in the last 5 or 6 years. So that's just a comment. I may be all wet on it, but that's just my gut feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
I'm going to defer. Thanks.
Okay, Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I think Representative McCray, I think for Part C, there was some pretty good, strong support for moving that to DOE. Part B, PCG recommended it. The advisory committee was mixed. I think, as Ms. Cronin shared with us earlier, they did not get consensus on that. So I just want to be I just want us to be very clear about that. And I actually did find in my notes, because in terms of the question around, was there any information about keeping Part B in CDS? Pete Plummer did actually write to the Education Committee he is a member of the advisory committee, and he was expressing one point of view within that advisory committee around the Part B issue. I'm sure Ms. Risler will be able to help get that to folks. It's definitely from the perspective of special purpose providers, SPPs, special purpose providers. But I just wanted to let folks that I know that I did actually find something that does talk about that. So, you know, I think if there's a strong desire for some to make some movement, I think there's an opportunity there in Part C. I think we still have to be very careful and methodical about how we do that and make sure that we have thought of everything possible. Because as has been stressed before, these are critical services. If we do this right, we could possibly see some really good outcomes in the long term for special education in our pre-K-12, right? The earlier we get at these kiddos, the better. And so that gets to the whole issue around child find and our most restrictive requirements to access services. So I think that's an area where we can, and I agree with Ms. Cronin to chunk it that way. It's the way the advisory committee did, it's the way PCG did, it just helps keep things clearer. So I'm going to end there with just Part C because I think for me, it always feels good to land in an area where there's a sense of possibility and not being completely overwhelmed, which is what I feel with Part B.
Okay. Thank you. So just to move the discussion along, and I think I've mentioned this to the committee before, but when I was first on the Education Committee in 1995, the first subcommittee that I served on was a subcommittee to reform CDS and to look at ways to make sure that the system worked better than it was. So we were hitting close to between 25 and 30 years of looking at different ways to deal with the CDS system. And I do believe that we are at a point, and I agree with Representative Millett, that if we are thoughtful and if we do this right, we do have a chance to transform that CDS system that has really had a very difficult history over the last 25 years. So what, again, just to move the discussion along, and I suspect that there will be some reaction to what I say next, but I'm going to ask Ms. Risler to draft, to provide a draft for us that includes the discussion that we just had with both Ms. Frazier and Ms. Cronin, that would move the Part C into DOE, that would provide oversight and direction and benchmarks from the department on centralized billing, that we would get reports and status updates on improvements in child find, and that would establish a process over the next year to make the transition from a regional system of CDS to a school-based system for the 3 to 5 year olds. And I know it's a crude way of doing it, and it is chunking things together, as Ms. Cronin said, but it's an attempt to have a starting point. And we can look at that draft and decide whether or not that's ready for a public hearing, or whether or not we need to step sideways and do something else. And I hope and expect to work with Representative Millette, given the history that she's had and I've had on this issue, that we can try to craft something that will allow the committee to move forward in the discussion. And I will stop at this point because Representative Stearns, for the first time today, has his hand raised. Representative Stearns. Looks like he's frozen in time. Oh, there he goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My internet connection is unstable, as am I at times. Am I still frozen?
No, you're okay. Okay.
It seems poor on my end, but I have a procedural question, if you will. My understanding was today's session was just a presentation, an informational presentation. And I'm wondering how that has evolved into the committee requesting someone to draft a bill. At this point, we're after cloture. Do we have a vehicle for which to draft a bill from this informational session today?
We do, yes. And again, at the very beginning of the session, Ms. Risler had noted the fact that the ability to report out a bill had expired because of the fact that we are now in special session, but that we can use one of the 4 or 5 or 6 concept drafts that we currently have in the committee at this point.
I would have think that this would have had to have been announced as a work session and
well,
made public that way if we're going to take some kind of action this morning.
We're not. All I'm asking at this point, Representative Stearns, procedurally, I'm just as one member of the committee suggesting that there will be a draft. I'm asking for the draft. I'm saying that's how I would proceed at this point, and that draft could then be considered by the committee at some point and then make a decision about, we haven't even had a public hearing. So
okay, I think I understand better. So you're as a single representative, you're personally asking the
correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And then if at some point that bill is scheduled for public hearing, it would be, and then it would go through work session. So I know it's a little bit, it gets a little bit complicated because typically
I'm frozen up again.
We could report out a bill as a committee, but because that opportunity has expired because we're now in special session, where unless we ask for a joint order to report out a bill again, which we've been asked not to do, we're working with existing vehicles in the committee. Now you're frozen again. So Representative McCray, we can go to you and then Senator Daughtry until we get Representative Stearns back from cyber.
I just wanted to comment. Looking to move things forward a bit with nothing official taking place today at all. I kind of support this draft coming forth for the committee to discuss as to where we would like to go from there. It's at least a half a step, albeit not official. And if we so choose as a committee, we can make it official once we see the draft and discuss it. Is that the correct understanding to what you are aiming at?
That is definitely my intent, my understanding, Representative McCray.
Well, personally, I like that direction regardless of where we're going to go. It at least puts something out there to discuss at some time in the near future.
We're still not sure where we're going to go. But,
right, exactly.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did want to remind committee members, when we first had this in front of us, I think January, and we're going over the independent review, the intent was always for us to start drafting some sort of bill as a committee based on the feedback of all the different stakeholders, the independent review, as well as all the conversations we're having as a group. So just wanted to sort of remind folks of the process there that, you know, the next steps is just going through the drafting, and then we will come back again and look at it all together. But I think, you know, I am also amenable to that direction with the draft, but also mindful that, you know, it's going to take a few more cracks at the apple until we're there.
Right, thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really am going to advocate strongly for this to be chunked out in different legislative vehicles. I don't think it's a good idea to put it in one giant omnibus bill. I think that's a mistake. And as you mentioned earlier, there are some concept drafts that hopefully we can commandeer to be able to, this is really not a very finesse term, but chunk this issue. So the way I'm thinking is that Part C would be in 1, Part B would be in 2, and then that those would have to be bills, because that would involve changing statute, as well as possibly including resolves within that. I know we can do that with bills.
Yep.
And then I would say there should be 2 resolves, one around billing, because billing is a serious issue. And actually, I'm sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud, but you know, so while I'm saying that we should have a resolve dealing with billing, I'm very clear in my mind that benchmarks in either of the 2 bills for Part B and Part C could very well depend on how well the resolve is carried out by the department. I want to be very clear about that. See, so even though it's a separate vehicle, it's directly related to the work of the other, at least one of the other bills, maybe both. And then a resolve around child find, because we just have been doing such a poor job at it. And I know, and I appreciate the department's renewed vigor and investment in that process. But again, as Representative Brennan said earlier, and I did, now is the time that we really put our best foot forward on this issue and try to, when we finally conclude the work of this work, whether it's this year or next year, we will have known that we've done the best that we could to address the complex challenges and issues that we've been facing here in Maine around CDS students.
Thank you. Representative Millette, you and I will continue to talk about that, see how we can chunk these and the different bills. I like your idea about using resolves for child find and the billing, because those have to remain front and center in the discussion. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the direction that Representative Millette was just describing, but I think one thing of drafting this, we can definitely look at the entire bit, and then as a committee, like you were saying, pick the different chunks and be able to figure out where those go best together. So I think that's definitely a good idea to go forward, to be able to figure out, to sort of suss out what vehicle makes sense instead of a larger bill.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Senator. And maybe I could ask Ms. Rizzler, I know this is a tough question, but do you have enough, do you understand what we're trying to do? And do you have enough to start helping us move in the right direction?
Yes, I think I have a start of what you want. A couple of things I want to mention. When it comes to using a concept draft or one of those placeholder bills, I do remind the committee that the concept draft must be germane to the topic of what you are trying to include in it. And so the chairs and committee members, anyone in the committee who maybe has a concept draft might want to look and see whether or not that is a decent vehicle or not. Because if it's unrelated to this topic, it probably could not be used. So that might limit the number of different bills that you could use.
Ms. Rizzler, just to follow up on that quickly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had the ability to take anything out of a bill and including changing the title.
Well, you certainly can change the title, but there are some rules in the drafting manual, and I'm happy to pull that up and see what's been done in the past to figure out where those parameters are.
Okay, but if necessary, we could change the title of a concept draft to match the discussion that we're having here. If you could look into that, that would be helpful.
I will be happy to look into it and figure out the parameters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm, if we can't shoehorn these into existing legislative vehicles and committee, I'm fairly confident that we can work with leadership and get an after deadline bill introduced.
I agree.
So, because everybody understands what's at stake here, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Right.
So regarding the substance of the bill, so typically when we have concept drafts, it is pretty common for a sponsor to perhaps reach out about creating some language prior to a public hearing so that there is something for stakeholders to testify on, basically. This is a little bit different. This is somewhat of a unique situation since we are sort of discussing this as a committee. So I guess what I would simply request is that as I start drafting, just that in terms of confidentiality, that I'd be able to reach out to anyone, experts, department, legislators, stakeholders, that if I have questions regarding some of the drafting or some of the issues that are being discussed, given the complexity of them.
Sure.
And then, typically if I would draft something for a sponsor of a concept draft, I would send it to them ahead of time, ahead of a public hearing, and say, is this look right? Is this what you wanted? And in this case, it'll be more, I'll bring it back to the committee. We can do a notice on the on the weekly schedule, like we did for the discussion today, to say here's what I've been working on, does this look good? And then at that point, if the committee wants to schedule that public hearing, when it's posted, that any draft language could go out with that posting so that any stakeholders would know that that is what the committee is looking for testimony on.
Okay, great. Any questions, sir, Ms. Rizzler, at this point? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I know it's always a difficult discussion about.
Representative Millett has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Millett. You're up in the corner, and sometimes it's out of my line of sight.
That's fine. I know the challenges. And Ms. Rizzler, again, around that question I had around the memorandum and the MOU between DHHS and DOE, I think that if we could dig into Part C, I think that's where it's related and may be required. So if you could help dig that up, that would be really helpful.
Yes, I actually got a couple emails during the conversation about some people who might have some knowledge about where that is or what that is about, and so I'm working on that.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
But, yeah, at the very least, whether it's officially called an MOU or some agreements, there's something that does exist that I'll see if I can get my hands on.
And thank you. Well, we didn't have officially a work session or public hearing, so we don't have to close anything today at this point. But this afternoon, we do have a fairly lengthy agenda and a somewhat deep dive into certification. And so Ms. Rizzler has worked with the department so that we'll be discussing the three bills that are in the work session, We're also probably going to try to drag in one of the bills on Friday around CTE and certification. And then we have two other bills that also have to do with certification. So any questions that people have about certification, please be prepared to bring those forward this afternoon. And we're going to try to deal with this as comprehensively as we can. And at the same time, recognize that we have 3, if not 4 specific bills to work on. And I hope to everybody's helpful to everybody. I do have a fairly significant amendment to offer on 604. So I hope that the amendment will shorten the discussion and abbreviate the discussion that we might have on 604. So Senator Rafferty had a question and Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And just to confirm, when you say we had a number of bills, I want to make sure we're all working with the same numbers. So I have 604, 1149, 1169, and 1189.
Right.
Okay.
And then we also, Fridays, what was the CTE bill that was also?
So those are the only 4 bills that are currently scheduled and posted for work session this afternoon. Right. I did include in my bill analysis on 1189 some of the other certification bills that have come before the committee previously, or one that's going to be worked on Friday, just so that you're thinking comprehensively about everything that has been mentioned. But those are the only 4 that are actually scheduled for work session this afternoon.
Right. So we're sticking to the 4 that are in work session, but if people had questions about certification related to CTE on Friday, now would be a good time to ask those questions. Since we have all the people from DOE that would be there to answer them. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be possible to get your amendment for 604 over the lunch break so that we can read it before we jump in? I think that would save some time.
I've shared it with Ms. Risler, and I would ask her to share it with the committee. That'd be fine.
Yep, I'll forward it out right now.
And I think you should note it for its brevity. I got it down to 1 sentence. So, all right. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Thank you very much. And we will be back at 1 o'clock for an afternoon of discussion about certification. So, thank you.
Thank you. Reminder, your microphones and cameras. I get it. Good afternoon.
Hey, Senator. Did you have a good lunch?
Yes. As quick as they always seem to be.
Yep.
Try to get caught up, you know.
Did you get to go outside for a little bit?
About maybe 3 minutes max.
Yeah. It's still sunny up here. It's nice out.
Yeah, it's actually a little brighter than it was this morning. It was when Representative Roach mentioned clouds. I looked out, and before I knew it, they were coming our way. So
Yeah.
they're gone now, fortunately. So. Oh yeah. Ooh, I gotta find my notes on mute myself.
Is that your dog, Joe, that I'm barking at?
Yes, he had been out with my wife, and now he's in. But he lets you know when he's hungry, and you know, like we all bark in our own way. His is just a little louder.
I guess I should be glad I was muted so you didn't hear me barking at him. I'll mute myself again. Keep myself out of trouble.
Okay.
Sam, we're still live on YouTube, right?
Correct, Representative.
Okay. So Representative Stearns, how's your internet? You got frozen a couple times this morning.
I was frozen more than a couple times. Thank you for asking. What I did is the Etch-a-Sketch fix. So I held it above my laptop, above my head, and shook it. And I'm hoping that it's cleared up. But I was about ready to pitch it out the window. That is so frustrating.
So if you got a PhD from MIT, is that what they tell you, how to solve your internet problems?
Either that or ask a good 9-year-old.
Hold it above your head and shake it?
Yes. And I apologize for jumping in at the end of the conversation regarding the reporting out of a bill. I get it.
That's quite all right. We all come and go at different times.
Well,
yeah. And last Wednesday, I had 3 bill presentations and 2 work sessions in one day. And sometimes you get into a committee and you can't even remember who the chairs of the committee are when you're addressing them.
I understand. I'm one of those people, I have to open one box.
Right.
And then put the toy back in and close the box before I open up another one. And this doesn't work well.
Well, I had a work session this morning at 10 o'clock in the Labor Committee. And I was told I didn't have to come. So I skipped it. So I'll wait and see what they did to the bill.
Which
when they
one
tell
was
you,
it? I was there.
Yeah, when they tell you you don't have to come, it means they're going to kill it, or they have enough votes to pass it. So
I had a veterans bill that was in front of the Labor Committee, and a Labor Committee sort of labor issue that was in the veterans. I was so confused trying to bring up the right information.
I think we're good to go.
Yep.
Excuse me.
And
thank you, folks. And for those of you that are joining us for the first time today, welcome. For those of you that have been with us all morning, welcome back. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I welcome you to the 130th Maine State Legislature. This is the Education Committee and Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. This afternoon, we are going to have a work session on four bills. They'd be LD 604, LD 1149, LD 1169, and LD 1189. Just want to remind you folks that in the work session, it's an opportunity for us to sit and discuss and get information from our analysts and relative to the bill and the impact that that may have. And this only folks that are called into the meeting will be able to eventually be seen, potentially heard, but just keep in mind that when you do that, to be aware in terms of your microphone use, and we would ask that you introduce yourself as well. But this afternoon, I'm going to reintroduce our committee members. I did myself. I am in Senate District 34 down in York County. If I have rest of the folks, I'll give them a second to introduce themselves, and start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And saw Senator Woodsum, didn't I? Yes, Senator Woodsum.
Thank you. Senator Dave Woodsum, District 33 and Southwestern York County.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Maddie Daughtry, and I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, Freeport, and Pownell, and North Yarmouth.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Millette.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Ooh. And Representative Sampson. I think you're muted currently, Representative.
Okay, I'm prattling away and didn't realize it didn't come unmuted. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Heidi Sampson. I'm live from the state capitol, and I represent House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And Representative McCray, I'm sorry if I...
It's okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Just an aside, as you can imagine, even when we get a break for lunch, it's busy. So I came back feeling much younger. I feel like I'm in college. I didn't have much time. I'm a little bit involved in education, and all I had time for was ramen noodles. So anyway, I represent District 148 up in the county, and have a good afternoon, folks.
Thank you. And I think I got everyone that's present. Hope I did not miss anyone. In any case, folks, as I said, this is a work session on 4 LDs, and we're going to begin this afternoon with, before doing so, I'll introduce our clerk, Sam Baker, who is here, and Sam will be able to assist you with any potential technical issues that we might have coming in and out of the committee meeting. Have analyst Hillary Risler, who will be, she'll give us a breakdown of the impact or that the potential bills will have, and she'll be with us for the afternoon. And as I turned away, I see Representative Roach returning, and I'll give him a moment to introduce himself.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on mute either. That was good afternoon. Sorry, the commute back from school back to home was a little longer than I thought, and I apologize for being late. But I'm Tim Roach, District 7 Wells, and the sun's out in Wells now. So,
well, thank you. So this afternoon, as I mentioned, we had the four. We're going to start with LD 604, which was an act to promote accountability in Maine's charter schools. And I think I will turn that over to Representative Brennan first.
Probably Senator Rafferty, we should just go ahead and have Ms. Rizzler go through her analysis. And then I do have an amendment to offer to the bill after she provides her analysis.
Thank you very much. And pardon me, Hillary, but floor is yours.
Will do. This is LD 604, which is an act to promote accountability in Maine's charter schools. The bill provides that a public charter school may not expand its facilities or locations without the approval of the Commissioner of Education. And this bill also removes public charter school funding from the single account appropriating funds for general purpose aid for local schools, or GPA, and requires a Commissioner of Education to include a recommendation for requested funding levels for public charter schools separately from the operating allocations for non-public charter school or non-charter public schools, excuse me. Proponents of the bill testified that the intent of the bill is to provide oversight from the Commissioner of Education if a public charter school wishes to expand its facilities or locations, making sure that the expansion of a charter school is in keeping with the state's current and future fiscal capacity and capital obligations, and to allow the legislature and the public to know the level of state funding that is allocated yearly for charter schools. Opponents of the bill testified that the bill does not support accountability of charters. Instead, it makes it more difficult for public charter schools to operate in the state and undermines the statutory authority of the Maine Charter School Commission. That making public charter school funding a separate line item creates a situation in which public charter school funding can be used in negotiations, making public charter schools especially vulnerable to shifting political tides. That the bill is unnecessary as public charter schools provide innovative ways of learning and are already held to a high accountability standards and robust oversight by the Maine Charter School Commission. You also heard that many students who are not doing well in their local public schools have thrived at public charter schools, and public charter schools are able to meet their educational needs in a way the local public school could not. And that the bill would make it more difficult for public charter schools to respond to COVID-19 and provide innovative outdoor learning environments. You also heard some testimony neither for nor against, and there was a concern that creating a new separate set of standards for public charter school facility acquisition and construction that are distinct from existing statutes and rules for other public schools is confusing, could be inconsistent with other statutes and rules regarding school facilities and their construction. So issues for consideration, the Department of Education, Joanne Allen, did include a suggestion in their testimony that if the intent is simply to have a separate line item rather than a full separate account, that the DOE would recommend that the language in the bill under Section 7, instead of pulling it out of the GPA account, instead put language in 15689-A, which is the targeted education funds. And the language there would be to create an authorized payment of a targeted education fund component for charter schools. So the committee did request some additional information. Most of this has already been shared with you. There one question was about charter school administrator to student ratio, and Jeremy Jones of the Maine Charter School Commission was working on getting that information. But some of the other information and data is provided here, and links are provided here. And I believe Joanne Allen is available if there are additional questions on the data. Additionally, there were questions about when the virtual public charters actually began. And Maine Connections Academy opened September 2014, and the Maine Virtual Academy opened September 2015. There was also a question for Judith Jones, who had testified at the public hearing. She had mentioned that she had some additional information on the funding and the complexities of the funding, and she did submit an email this morning, which got forwarded out to you as well. And at this time, the preliminary fiscal impact statement is not yet determined. And as you know, Representative Brennan did request that I forward you a proposed amendment to the bill, which I will let him address.
Well, Mr. Chair, I probably need to be recognized by you rather than Ms. Risler. But nonetheless, thank you, Ms. Risler, for the summary. And I don't want to go into a whole discussion about the proposed bill at this point. From my perspective, there was a lot of misunderstanding about the intent of the bill and what was to be accomplished. And as a result of that, I'd like to offer the following amendment. And that amendment would be that the Department of Education will provide a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education by February 1st, 2022 on financing methods and reporting protocols regarding public charter schools. I have been in contact with the Department of Education, and MEPRI is also working on a study about charter schools, and that they can work with DOE in the course of their report and study to incorporate these two items into that report. So I'm asking the committee to support this direction and provide this information to the committee by February of next year. So it should be of almost minimal cost to the department, and that they can work with MEPRI to add these two items to the report that is being considered already. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions from members of the committee in regards to the amendment.
And so if there are any questions of Representative Brennan or of Hillary in terms of any other piece of her analysis, I see Senator Daughtry has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Brennan, for listening to the testimony we got and being willing to come up with an amendment. I do wonder what you just said, that MEPRI is doing a study on this and they'll be bringing it to the committee. With that in mind, I'm wondering if this resolve is still needed, if we know that MEPRI will be working with our committee to look exactly into that and be bringing that information back.
Well, the resolve would simply be to ensure that DOE and MEPRI included these elements in that study. I'm not sure at this point that had this not come forward and this discussion come forward, at this point, I don't know that either one of these two elements would be discussed or considered in their study. So it just provides some assurance to me and to the committee that these will be included in the study and that we will specifically have a report back next year on these items.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
I'm just wondering if it's just something we can accomplish through, I know Representative McCray is our representative with MEPRI, if there's a way we can just work with them to include that, because I just want to make sure we're not giving the department additional work, but also understand it's great to be having this review, as someone who first got elected when this process was going on, and, having been intimately involved with the funding of charters and the evolution of that. And, this is something we need to keep working on and be aware of. The other thing I'm wondering, especially knowing there's all these questions, if we might, if there's any time, I know time is not something we have a lot of, but definitely asking different stakeholders, hopefully before we reach the end of, the session, to come and brief us on the funding formula, whether that's someone, like Jeremy Jones or DOE, but maybe just another way to get even more information from it. But just sort of wondering about the mechanics of turning this into a resolve, and if it's needed with that.
You want me to respond to that or Representative McCray?
Either.
Well, again, I contacted DOE. They mentioned the fact that MEPRI was doing a study and that these items could hopefully be blended into the study that they were doing, and that would obviously help the work load in the DOE because they wouldn't have to do it within the department using their staff and doing something that would run parallel to what MEPRI was doing. So I think it's a nice fortuitous coming together of some issues that I would have been asking DOE to do, that we have MEPRI to do. And this would be a way of ensuring that that's on the agenda and in the report.
Sorry. Thank you. Senator Woodson with a question followed by Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you. Representative Brennan, if that is your intent, why does not your amendment state that?
It could, Senator Woodson. It's just generically when I was drafting it, I had the Department of Education. I'd be more than happy to say the Department of Education in conjunction with MEPRI and add that to the amendment.
Okay.
But my intent is to have the accountability be with DOE, not with MEPRI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McCray, followed by Representative Sampson, please.
Yes, as this committee's representative to MEPRI, it's kind of fortuitous. The timing is great. We are meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Okay, so that works out well. All I need is specific instructions as to who's going to do what, and I will take that to them. And if for some reason there's an issue, we'll get back. So if when we dispose of this afternoon, I will take my instruction from that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sampson, followed by,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, do you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go with this. I'd like to get if a member of the Charter Commission is in the waiting room, I would love to hear what their thoughts might be, and I have some other questions. But depending on where we go with this amendment, I mean, I either have a number of questions or we move to put this into a study. So could we get the Charter School Commission person in? Was that possible, please?
While we're looking into Sam, would you check to see if someone's available? In the meantime,
Representative Sampson, are you referring to Jeremy Jones?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to be him or someone else, but yes, he would be perfect.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Rafferty.
May I proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Nice to see you. So I am prepared to ask you some questions. However, this amendment sort of changes things. And I'd be curious as to your thoughts on Representative Brennan's amendment.
I think it's an interesting amendment. And I do want to stress to the committee that as a new leader of the Charter Commission, we're prepared to provide whatever reports the Joint Standing Committee would ultimately need. I think this is an area that we can really provide significant value to not only this particular committee, but to the policy landscape across the state of Maine, including reporting out to the public. And so we are happy to undertake any reporting work that this committee might request of us. We've provided additional information on the financing and facilities request amendments for charter schools. And so this information exists in some form or fashion. I think that at the commission, we just need to be doing a better job of communicating with all of you all as our political leaders so that you have that right information. But again, we're happy to provide whatever reports in whatever regular cadence that the committee thinks will be beneficial in drafting new policy to support all of the schools in the state of Maine.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. So I guess while I have you here, Mr. Jones, just for the benefit of this committee, would you be willing to just explain to me and to this body how the Charter Commission holds charter schools accountable, bringing in all of this, all of the issue that's been put on the table here? If you could speak to that, please.
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the accountability process, it's actually very simple. So there are really kind of two basic ways that we hold the charter schools accountable. One is they have a contract with the state. So we outline the terms of that contract that are aligned with the publicly available performance framework for charter schools in the state of Maine. And our charter schools are held accountable to the covenants of that contract. That happens at two very formal times in the school year, at the beginning of the year and at the middle of the year. So we just conducted our mid-year reviews of all 10 charter schools. Those reports have all been certified by the 7 volunteer commission members and are available on our website. That happens again at a very intense level at the end of the year, so that we can summarize that annual performance of that charter school. Again, those reports get certified through the 7 volunteer commission members and published on our website. And then throughout the year, my staff is monitoring the performance of charter schools. And that could range to everything from, what's happening at the classroom level to what's happening at the governing board level. And so we spend all of our time overseeing the performance of the 10 charter schools. I think the charter schools appreciate the support that we offer, and we hold them to an incredibly high standard. We believe that, at least at the Charter Commission, that our charter schools should be held to incredibly rigorous standards, given the promises that they've made to the citizens of the state of Maine through their contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Could I have one more question, sir? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So since we're talking about finances and accountability, and we have you here, I'd like you to speak to the current process that schools have to go through for approving new facilities that the charter schools have to go through. And I think that's basically it. If you can give me an understanding of the details involved so that we all understand really what's at stake here, and what I'm assuming is the heart of what this amendment wants to address. And so part of this is just for the public record, and so that MEPRI and the DOE have some additional information straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that question. So again, the charter schools, unlike our traditional counterparts, are held accountable to the covenants of their contract with the state of Maine. So anytime a charter school wants to change anything in their operations, including expanding facilities or changing enrollment, all of that has to go through a legally vetted amendment process to their contract. On a very basic level, what that means is that informally, the charter leaders, the executive director and the board chair, would sit down with me and say, we intend to submit an amendment to our charter. I would coach them through what that amendment should look like, but my analysis up front would be, is that possible, right? So they kind of have to get through me even to fill out the paperwork. But through that conversation, we would discuss what the amendment could potentially look like. If they met a standard bar of performance, financial health, governing board performances, all of those things will be in my calculation in those conversations. At that point, then they would say, okay, we will start to work on the amendment. They would go to our website, They would complete a series of questionnaires that they then would have to submit back to us. My charter commission staff would look at that, and we would either say yes or no. And if we say yes, we would pass it on to the commission, to the 7 volunteer commission members. At that time, the commission members would then vote on approving any sort of change of operations or change of in the contract. So the charters already have to meet multiple steps in order to change the terms of their contract. It's a very rigorous process. We don't take this lightly, and we do feel like that our charters need to at least even meet a minimum bar, even to fill out the paperwork for the amendments to their contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I appreciate your spirit of willingness to work with the DOE and MEPRI and whomever to help inform so that we are actually making policy that's based on solid information. And Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the time.
Representative Stearns, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a kind of a procedural question. In the past, I believe that when we have a finite amount of money, a contract with MEPRI to do studies. And in the past, I think we've solicited input from all committee members about what their chief topics or their most important topics would be to study. And then we've worked that down into somewhat of a plan with the MEPRI officials, with their knowledge of how much time something might take, and determined a work plan, if you will, for MEPRI. Is that accurate? Is there someone that can tell me if that's still the way we do it?
I jump in, Senator.
Go ahead, please, Hillary. I'm going to defer to Representative McCray, but go ahead.
Well, I just want to jump in because I think the committee should be very clear regarding MEPRI has 2 separate contracts. One contract is specifically with the legislature, and one contract is specifically with the Department of Education, through which they do their EPS reviews. And so it's important not to conflate those 2. And so there is the process through the MEPRI Steering Committee, of which Representative McCray is meeting tomorrow, that carries out and selects and comes back for the committee to vote on what MEPRI will do as part of their legislative contract. I believe that what Representative Brennan mentioned previously is that MEPRI is currently studying this issue through their Department of Education EPS review contract. And so I do think it's important to be clear which avenue you're talking about. And to that extent, I do know Amy Johnson from MEPRI is available if the committee wants to hear from her as well. But I just want to make sure that distinction is clear.
So I think it's important to express then that what Representative Brennan alluded to is already taking place. It's not an additional request. It's already taking place. Is that correct, Hillary?
So that is my understanding based on what Representative Brennan mentioned and from Joanne Allen from the Department of Education. I personally have not had any of those conversations.
Okay. Thank you. Representative McCray, please, followed by Representative Senator Daughtry.
I had a question for Mr. Jones, but it was minor, so it's not a big deal. I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Senator Daughtry, and my apologies, Representative Stearns. I didn't know if you had a follow-up or are you, thank you. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I did see that Amy Johnson from MEPRI is in the waiting room. So I'm wondering if we could have her come in so we could ask her some questions about that. Because I do know from what she said in the chat that the charter school review is part of their contract on the EPS review, as just priorly discussed. So I'd love to see if we could ask her some more questions.
Certainly, Sam. And is it possible, please, that you could invite her in?
Yes, Senators.
Thank you.
Hello, Amy Johnson is here.
Good afternoon, and thank you.
I'm actually putting on my video. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for jumping in. I'm just wondering, so obviously this is part of the EPS review. So first, if you could just mention a little bit, obviously the contract is with DOE and this is an ongoing portion, but what that involves, and if the committee is interested in looking at it further, what those steps would be, like Representative McCray was saying.
So every year we look at a set number of components of the EPS formula in our what we call our component review cycle. So we have a 3-year cycle. Every year we look at about a third of the components. And so it's just so happens that right now we actually have a final draft of our charter school report. It's in the hopper. And so I have to admit, I'm not 100% exactly clear on what we're promising to do, but we have agreed that it would be reasonable to us to amend what we're working on within our component review plan for the Maine Department of Education to make this work. Obviously, we want our work within EPS to be as relevant as possible to policymakers. And if we can do something relevant, we're happy to do that. I will say to some of the points that have been raised, it is helpful to MEPRI when there is a resolve, when this is for work that is for directing us to do work in a specific way for the department, because every year we work with the department directly to figure out exactly what the specific topics are that we will look at for each component, because some of the things are basic stock and trade, bread and butter. We do something every 3 years. Sometimes we want to do something a little more targeted to be relevant. So it's helpful to have some direct language that tells us what we're being asked to do, because that work we do for the department, and that's where our accountability lies. So given my druthers, it would be helpful to me to have something that goes through that gives me something I can pull back out a month later and remember what exactly it was we were supposed to do. Another question that came up, I've forgotten. That's what I have for now. Does that answer questions?
Just follow up real quick, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. On the other side, that would be with the DOE. So the resolve would need to say that we're directing MEPRI, correct? Not just DOE. And if we didn't go that avenue, is there an avenue for the committee to work, with sort of the work plan that Representative Stearns was mentioning that we've done in the past? Like I remember seeing it, and not sure what that capacity is with that contract, but what that avenue would look like.
Well, so that avenue will be coming before you all sometime in the next month or so. So what we do every year is we work with our steering committee to bring forward our suggestions for what we think might be priorities for us to do work for you in the coming year. And then you as the committee will have the final say on what topics go in that work plan. And so that process is still yet ahead of us. There would be time to add this to that plan if it's not something we feel could fit in to the existing work we're already doing for the MDOE. I would say where we already have this, like, again, I have to get a little clearer on exactly what it is what we've agreed to do and how much work it is. But it felt to me like in my 30-second conversation with Ms. Allen that it was feasible to just do it as part of our EPS contract and not need any additional resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Nice to see you. So did you basically just say that the report that you have just worked on that's in the hopper is incorporating the accountability factors of financial aspects of the Charter Commission and the charter schools?
Well, so that's where I'm sorry to say I've been listening as much as well as I could. I know that it might be helpful if it's not too much backtracking to hear the two pieces that Representative Brennan is asking for. I believe one was a description of what are some of the funding models, the way that charter schools are funded in other states, and I'm not clear on what the second piece is. Sorry.
Well, okay, can I just have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I guess my question, thank you, sir. And my question is, do we even need this resolve? If this is already being accomplished, do we even need this? It just seems to be an unnecessary layer. So what are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me or Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Johnson, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was not a question for me. I generally am a person who doesn't believe we should pass laws that we don't actually need. In this case, it's kind of helpful to me to have a resolve, but we have this recording here. If you guys go in the direction of not having a resolve, we certainly would go back and do our best to capture faithfully what it is you're hoping for. So even if it's not a resolve that has it in writing where I can, go back and look at it and reference it, I think we could go either way and be fine.
Okay, thank you. So you're basically saying we don't necessarily need another law and that you can work around it and get the information you need.
I believe we can work around it, but it would just be honor system. And so that's something you'd have to be comfortable with.
Thank you. I had Representative Stearns followed by Representative McRae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, from what I've just heard, I would think that about a 3-line memo drafted by the analyst, just sending a letter to DOE/MEPRI saying, as you're doing this work, please consider doing these 2 components, whatever they might be. I think that would get us where we need to go, and without having to have legislation that has to hit the floor of the legislature before we get started. We could probably have that done in a day or 2.
Thank you. Representative McRae, followed by Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest and ask Representative Brennan if he would reiterate the intent so that Ms. Johnson can hear it right directly, and she would know exactly what she was dealing with, however we decide to proceed.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, would you respond to that with a clear answer for?
I'd be more than happy to. The amendment has to do with looking at financing mechanisms and financing methods across the country, what has been used in other states to finance charter schools. Secondly, and equally important, is reporting protocols. How do other states handle the reporting of public financing of charter schools? What methodology do they use to inform the legislature, the public, and other interested parties about how charter schools are funded within the state? So it's a 2-part, looking at financing mechanisms as well as reporting protocols. And again, just if I could add, Senator Rafferty, and we can ask Joanne Allen to speak. I did speak to Joanne Allen, who works with MEPRI on this contract, and she was very amenable to this amendment because she thought it complemented the work of MEPRI in this particular area. And we've already heard from Ms. Johnson that having a resolve is more helpful to her than less helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. I will ask for Sam if he can take a look, see if Ms. Allen's available. In the meantime, Representative McRae, your hand is up. I'm not sure. You might have had a follow-up there.
No, for some reason it just didn't get lowered.
That's okay.
Senator, before I bring in Joanne Allen, there's no more additional comments from Amy Johnson? Is that all?
She may have one when Ms. Allen is done, so I would.
Okay.
Is it possible to keep them both on board?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure again how much you're able to hear, but I know that Representative Brennan had a question for you.
Just further clarification, Ms. Allen, from the discussion that we had, you believe that these issues could be incorporated into the current work with MEPRI with no additional cost in their contracts, and that it would be complementary to the work that they have been doing on charter schools for the department.
Yes, I think it's a great pairing, and Amy and I work closely on the contract. We meet every month. We talk about, you know, things that are coming up, what's going on, what we need. And I think that should Amy find it a little hard to juggle, maybe we can take something off her plate within the department that we could do much more easily than this kind of work. When you talk about reaching out to other states and looking at how they do things, it's really easier for Amy's team to do that. She has more resources to do that than my team. There are some other things that my team could crunch some numbers on to help her out if need be. So Amy and I work very well together, and we can work this out, I think.
Thank you. Any other questions for either woman while we have them both here? Folks, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise and your availability. So you have a great afternoon. Any other questions? Okay. Representative Brennan? Oh, I'm sorry, your box lit up. I didn't know if your hand was up. Anyone? Then, yes, Representative Salisbury.
Just a clarification, because I'm new and just trying to understand how all this fits together. Can we just ask the Department of Education and MEPRI to do this, or is it something in statute or requirement that we have to have a resolve? I'm not quite clear on that piece of it. I mean, can we just say, you know, as Representative Stern said, we can send a memo, or is it, you know, how do we proceed? Is it necessary to file the resolve in any way, or how does that work?
I'm going to give you the first rookie answer, and then I'm going to defer to some of our experts, elder statesmen, so to speak, statesmen and stateswomen. What I heard was it would be easier to work with a resolve. It just gives her, you know, I am directed to do this. It's more official. That's what I heard. The department responded in that, you know, currently the work, there are things that are already in process, but to add this additional work is not a big inconvenience to either one, and they both work, sounds like, hand in hand with one another currently. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard too, so that's why I wanted to ask. Okay.
In terms of the need, I heard an ask, you know, there was more comfort with it. And I guess I would defer to those elder statespeople in terms of the need. I saw a hand up from Representative Stearns, and also he'll be followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the very clear information from the last two speakers from MEPRI and DOE, it's apparent to me that this can easily be done without a resolve, without a bill. If you're ready, I have a motion.
With a hand up, sir, I'm going to give Representative Brennan the question, and I can come back to you. Are you all set?
Well,
Representative Salisbury, did you have a follow-up? I'm sorry. Okay. Representative Brennan?
No, I'm sorry, you might get dueling motions at this point, but I was going to say, given the comments from the department, from MEPRI, and given the fact that, this is an effort to step back from the original bill, I would appreciate a motion ought to pass as amended. I don't want to supersede Representative Stearns, but that you can go back to Representative Stearns and he can make the motion he'd like, and then I would follow that with another motion.
Thank you. And thank you for that offer. I will defer back to Representative Stearns.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion would be ought not to pass, and to have the analyst just send a brief message to MEPRI and DOE capturing the gist of the conversation, just for the record.
Second.
That motion was made, seconded by Representative Roach. I'm gonna, I see Senator Daughtry with her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we could have a corner caucus for about 5 to 10 minutes, please.
That's fine on my end, and I know that I say, I'll say 10 minutes because I know 5 will turn into 10. And I'm gonna promise that 10 doesn't turn into 20, so.
Deal.
Thank you. Have we got everyone back? Appears that way, I think. Yeah. All right. Sam, you're shaking your head. So you did a head count for me. Appreciate that.
No problem, Senator. I can see everyone.
Thank you. Oh, there you are, Tim. And my apologies. I told you 5 would become 10, but I think it became closer to 20. I don't even know. In any case, let's get back to where we were. So for our caucus, we had a motion on the floor by Representative Stearns in terms of vote ought not to pass, which we will address at this time. So a vote, just to review, if a vote favorable to ought not to pass, you want to say yes or yay. Anything different would be no. You were not in favor of the motion. Sam, I'm going to ask that you take the roll. I'm sorry. Where am I? I'm seeing a hand flash. Here we go. Yes, sir. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion was ought not to pass, and also directing the analyst to craft a brief letter to describe the discussion that took place this afternoon and make sure those components are included in the work that MEPRI is currently doing for DOE.
Thank you for that clarification. Everyone clear on the motion? Sam, if you would call the roll, please.
Sure, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
No.
Senator Rafferty votes no. Senator Daughtry?
No.
Senator Daughtry votes no. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Brennan votes no. Representative Millette?
No.
Representative Millette votes no. Representative McCray?
No.
Representative McCray votes no. Representative Dodge?
No.
Representative Dodge votes no. Representative Crockett?
No.
Representative Crockett votes no. Representative Salisbury?
No.
Representative Salisbury votes no. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. So, Senator, it is 5 in favor of the motion and 7 opposed to the motion. 8 opposed to the motion. My apologies.
That's okay. So the motion does not carry. Moving forward, I see a hand up, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I would move ought to pass on LD 604 as amended.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Brennan, can you just restate, would it be as you, the same DOE, or would it have MEPRI involved in your amendment like was discussed?
Given the fact that DOE has the contract with MEPRI and it was made clear that they would be able to direct them to do this, I can include that in the amendment if necessary, but it's not critical, I think, at this point. Would you prefer to have that in the amendment?
6 of one, half a dozen another. I defer to the committee. I just wasn't sure from the conversation if that was part of the requested language. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to amend the amendment to say that DOE in conjunction with MEPRI will provide a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education by February and make that amendment to the motion.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will offer a second to that motion and suggest that it include MEPRI, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Representative Brennan, seconded by Representative Dodge. Is there any further discussion? Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to ask if anyone can tell me the fundamental difference between the motion that I made that we just voted down and the current motion.
Representative Dodge.
I believe because this is a resolve and it includes the MEPRI request for this resolve.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Sam, I'm going to ask that you call the roll, please. So again, folks, just a reminder, a yay is that you favor the motion made by Representative Brennan. Nay would be you oppose. Sam?
Hey, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Daughtry? Ooh, Senator Daughtry?
Sorry, was finally getting the mute problem that decided to catch up with me.
That's okay.
I vote yes.
Senator Daughtry votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
No.
Senator Woodsum votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
Unnecessary, no.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
No.
Representative Roach votes no. So Senator, now it's 8 in favor of the motion and 5 opposed to the motion.
So the motion carries. And you all set, Sam?
And
Yes, Senator. Thank you.
Okay.
And Senator Rafferty, I'm assuming the minority report is just ought not to pass.
Somebody want to address
Yes.
that? Thank you.
Not to pass.
Thank you. So we're going to close that out and move on to LDs. Actually, Hillary, did you want to address these collectively? I think that's how your analysis appeared.
So I did technically do 3 separate bill analyses, but there's certainly, the bills are all very related. So I didn't know if maybe the committee wanted me to just go through all of them quickly at once, or whether you want me to address them each individually.
If there, I think to expedite, if there aren't any significant questions, I think what we'll do is hear them. I guess it makes sense to do so collectively.
All right, so I'm going to start by pulling up the bill analysis on LD 1189. Well, actually, let's start with 1149. I'll go through 1149 and 1169 relatively quickly, and then pull up 1189 because that's sort of the big department omnibus one. But I'll move pretty quickly as I go through. So this is starting with LD 1149. And this is an act to provide exemptions from certain teacher certification examination requirements. This bill would provide waivers of the applicable qualifying examinations for the following applicants for professional teacher certificates or endorsements. First, for applicants seeking a professional teacher certificate who have satisfactorily completed a bachelor's degree program from a regionally accredited college or university with an overall GPA of 3.0 or higher, or its equivalent. For applicants seeking endorsements who have satisfactorily completed a bachelor's degree program from a regionally accredited college or university with an overall GPA of 3.0 or its equivalent in the content area of the endorsement being sought. And 3, for applicants seeking a professional teacher certificate who are required to take the pedagogical knowledge and skills assessment and principles of learning and teaching assessment by Department of Education rule, but who have successfully completed 2 full years of teaching under a conditional certificate. This bill also provides that rules adopted to implement the qualifying examination waivers are not subject to the law that provides that an amendment to the teaching certification rules that revises the qualifications for a credential for a professional teacher certificate does not apply to certain persons. And this would ensure that these qualifying examination waivers are available to all eligible applicants. And I will circle back to that particular concern in a moment when I get to LD 1189. Proponents of the bill testified that standardized tests do not make teachers better, act as a barrier to qualified teachers, and demonstrate a distrust of the regionally accredited universities and colleges, teacher preparation programs, and robust locally controlled probationary educator professional development programs. And the sponsor of the bill did testify that he is amenable to rolling the substance of this bill into or in conjunction with one of the other certification bills that are currently before the committee. There was no opposition to the bill, but there was a suggestion, neither for nor against, to move forward comprehensively with the proposals in the Department of Education's Chapter 115 rulemaking process. And as we'll get to in a moment, LD 1189 does include a requirement, does include removing the requirement for passing a qualifying examination in a slightly different way. Moving on to, well, if the committee's okay, I'll move on to 1169. I'm seeing nods, so I'm going to do so.
All right, thank you. I didn't realize I was muted again.
So this is LD 1169, which is an act to improve teacher certification during staffing shortages. And for the background on this bill, pursuant to Governor Mills's executive order, the Commissioner of Education was authorized to issue emergent certification to teachers, specialists, and administrators who meet certain criteria, so long as the applicants are employed only as necessary to meet identified staffing shortages and supplement rather than supplant otherwise qualified applicants who meet regular certification standards. And this bill would make that authority of the commissioner permanent by creating a new emergency educator certificate. And this certificate would work as follows. Upon the identification of an educator staffing shortage in the state, the commissioner may issue emergency certificates to teachers, specialists, and administrators. The bill requires the commissioner to issue the emergency certification only in a manner that ensures that the emergency certification does not supplant an otherwise qualified and available teacher, specialist, or administrator. Under this bill, the emergency teacher certification is available to applicants who have submitted to background checks, who hold 4-year post-secondary degree or the equivalent in work or academic experience, is enrolled in an approved teacher prep program, or holds an Education Technician 3 certification. And those holding the certification must participate in a mentoring program, and the certification is issued for 1 year, and no more than 3 can be issued to an individual applicant. The bill also provides for a reciprocal emergency certificate to a teacher, specialist, or administrator who again submits to a background check and holds a comparable certificate in another state or country. And the reciprocal emergency certificate would be for a 5-year period. So the committee heard some testimony that the issue of teacher shortages has been a concern for years, not just due to the pandemic, and that this would help expedite the process and pave the way for more educators who are interested in teaching positions. Emergency certification is a reasonable answer to ongoing educator shortages, as long as certificates are limited in duration and frequency, and applicants are working towards full certification. One example that was given during the public hearing was shortages in special education teacher workforce. and that it's important that educators do not stay in the emergency certification, but that some will need more than 1 year to complete the requirements for conditional certification while they're also teaching. There was some concern even by proponents that districts that are already overburdened with staffing shortages might not have the ability to provide robust mentorship programs for teachers under the emergency certification. You did not hear any testimony in opposition. And again, there was a suggestion to move forward comprehensively with the proposals in the department's Chapter 115 rulemaking process. So a couple requests for more information. One member of the committee had asked Representative Sampson for a little bit more information in terms of how she envisioned the timing working for the person actually teaching and taking classes on methodology. And then the committee also requested some information from the Department of Education on how many emergency certifications had the commissioner issued under the current executive order and examples of areas where they have been issued. And I think the department hopefully will have an answer for you on that when we get to that point. So any questions on that before I pull up 1189?
Yes, I have one. So the 1169, so I'm hypothetically, while I'm teaching, I'm going to school, I'm looking real quickly, and I probably read it, but I don't remember. How long would I have to get my certificate? Is there a start, finish?
Well, the way the bill is currently drafted, the emergency teacher certification is issued for 1 year, and no more than 3 can be issued. So presumably they could teach for 3 years if they renewed it twice. The reciprocal emergency certificate is for a 5-year period.
Thank you. I'm all set if you want to move. Oh, Representative Brennan, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Rizzler, one quick question. It says here that the applicants who have submitted to criminal history background checks, does that include the state standard of fingerprinting? Because you can complete a criminal background check that does not include fingerprinting.
I believe under the statute for teachers, the fingerprinting is required.
It is required, yes.
But I would have to double check with the department, but I believe at least for teachers, it is required.
So the intent of the criminal history background would include fingerprinting?
Well, I don't speak to intent.
Okay, thank you. If you check on that, that would be great.
All right, so
I have a question, so
okay, to move on to 1189.
please.
Okay. Okay. So the bill analysis on LD 1189 is rather long, and I'm going to move through it a little bit quickly. I will not read everything here, but I do know sometimes when you have these bigger sort of omnibus bills with lots of sections, it can be a little bit confusing what each section does. And so what I did here is that during the public hearing, Dan Chuda, Deputy Commissioner of Education, had proposed an amendment to LD 1189. And they actually provided late yesterday a revised amendment because it can get even more confusing when you're talking about the original bill and amendments and revisions to amendments. What I put in the bill analysis here is based on the revised version that you received yesterday. Part of that revised amendment, it took out certain sections of the bill, but it sort of looked like it was repealing that section of law, which was not the intent. I think the intent was just to take that section of the bill out. So any of those sections of the original bill that the revised version removed from their proposed amendment are not included as I go through, and I use the section numbers based on how they would be moving forward. So the LD 1189 per the department's revised amendment amends the definition of educational specialist by removing from the definition special education consultant and speech language clinician. It repeals the requirement for rules adopted by the State Board of Education to include that applicants furnish evidence of good moral character, and the language of the current law that would be repealed is below in that box. It amends the minimum qualifications for a professional teacher certificate. So under current law, a certificate may only be issued to an applicant who at a minimum meets the criteria of Title 20A, Section 13013, subsection 2B. And the link is there for you to pull up if you'd like. But the proposed amendment removes the requirement for passing a qualifying exam by amending this section that I just mentioned and is listed there, as well as amending the Chapter 502-A, which has to do with qualifying examinations, to provide that the purpose of the chapter is to establish a standardized qualifying examinations for persons seeking professional teacher certificates, as opposed to provisional, and that a professional teacher certificate may be issued to applicants who have taken and passed the teacher qualifying examination, rather than only to those applicants who had taken and passed the qualifying examination. The proposed amendment repeals the provision of subject matter competency through work experience, and the language I've listed there in that box. The proposed amendment repeals the requirement for the interstate compact for education preparation programs, instead of providing that the person has successfully completed a preparation program in a state, district, United States territory, or other country, subject to completion of an approved preparation program for the endorsement or certificate being sought with a formal recommendation for certification from the institution. It amends the clearance provisions for visiting international teachers. It also creates an emergency education technician certificate. It amends the basis for which the commissioner may deny an initial certificate or renewal, and that language is included there. And it amends the definition, qualifications, and terms of issuance of a certification for a school psychologist. And I will note that this is one of the provisions that the department revised in the amendment that they sent to you yesterday. It also directs the State Board of Education to amend its certification rules in accordance with this act, and designates rules amended for the purpose of implementing this legislation as routine technical rather than major substantive rules. The proposed amendment that you reviewed at the public hearing had included the consensus-based rulemaking as part of this rulemaking as routine technical. That was removed in the amendment that was sent to you yesterday. So getting to the testimony that you heard, proponents of the bill testified that the amendments will allow for greater ease in attaining certification while maintaining the expectations and standards of the educator workforce. And there was support in general for the bill as amended, but there was some concern over the scope with little time to review, and in particular 4 areas, which had to do with the removal of the subject matter content obtained through work, the lack of a limitation on renewals for emergency educational technicians, the amendment to denial for immoral conduct, the amendment for denial for immoral conduct, and the routine technical rulemaking process for the Chapter 115 rules. There was some very specific opposition to the proposed amendment that came from Jamie Pratt and the Advisory Committee on School Psychologists. They were concerned about the removal of a graduate degree in school psychology from a program accredited by the American Psychological Association from the list of minimum academic and professional requirements for the certification, and the striking of the section that permits individuals who have completed graduate programs substantially similar to those approved by the National Association of School Psychologists to obtain the credential. I did put a link there to his testimony specifically on what those concerns were. And there was also testimony neither for nor against. Again, there was a suggestion to move forward comprehensively with all the certification proposals and the department's Chapter 115 rulemaking process. That the proposed LD 1189 changes seem necessary and appropriate in preparation for the rule Chapter 115, but without seeing the new Chapter 115 rules, that it's difficult to comment on specifics. And there was a concern regarding the removal of special education consultant and speech language clinician from the definition of educational specialist. Positions are covered in recognition clauses in contracts, and the department, but I will note the department believes that individuals with this certification can continue to renew them. So some issues for consideration. So as I mentioned earlier, as proposed, the proposed amendment was originally drafted. The committee would not have had the opportunity to review the new Chapter 115 rules through the legislative oversight of the major substantive rule process. As proposed in the revised amendment, still, it's not clear if the consensus-based rulemaking provisions that have been ongoing that you've heard about would be submitted this legislative session. And if not, what the timeline would be, both for the routine technical rule changes that are being proposed in this bill and the major substantive rule changes that are being conducted through the Chapter 115 rulemaking process. The second concern is one that I am raising, and this has to do with that one provision in LD 1149 regarding changes to rules and who they apply to. And essentially, Title 20A, Section 13006-A, subsection 3, it's sort of a grandfathering clause. And this provision of law provides an amendment to the certification rules that revises the qualifications for a credential or the grades or subject area endorsements for a professional teacher certificate do not apply to those with active credentials. And it lists out a number of people who are so-called in the pipeline, people in education preparation programs and that sort of thing. And I'm concerned that there could be an interpretation that would prevent changes that may be beneficial to those in the pipeline. I think this was something that was put in to try to protect and do no harm. So for example, if someone was in an education and preparation program, getting all their courses for certification in a particular grade span, and suddenly the rules change and there's a different grade span, you would want to protect that person so they didn't have to go back and do more. I think this can probably be a concern that can be addressed by some simple unallocated language to make sure that it would apply to those who the committee intends it to apply to. I'd also note that in addition to Chapter 115, the Department of Education also has Rule Chapter 13, which is on qualifying examinations for teachers. And those rules are routine technical, but there may need to be some corresponding changes in regard to qualifying examinations in that rule as well as the Chapter 115 rules. And last but not least, I did include a list here of some of the other bills that are in front of you. So we just talked about 1149 and 1169. Committee also has two bills that were tabled previously, LD 350, which has to do with the number of courses regarding autism spectrum disorder that count towards the special education certification, LDC 639, which had to do with improving professional training for school counselors by requiring a course in family or intimate partner violence. You also have LD 975, which is a bill that you heard last week, but is going to be worked on Friday, which would create a pathway for a teacher to obtain a conditional certificate or endorsement for a component of industrial arts with an experiential lab. And then also down the road, although slightly different, there is a bill coming, LD 1379, that has to do with establishing a lifetime substitute teacher certification. So very quickly, some requests for additional information. One request is whether it would be possible to roll some or all of these components from the various bills into one bill, and the answer is just yes, you can. There was also a question about where in statute allows the State Board of Education to define additional qualifying criteria for certification. That can be found in Title 20A, Section 13013, subparagraph 2B, paragraph D, which provides that State Board rules governing the qualifications for a professional teacher certificate must require that the certificate may be issued only to an applicant who, at a minimum, meets one of the following. And paragraph D provides, is otherwise qualified by having met the criteria established by the State Board for teaching in a specified area. And with that, I'm going to take a sip of water.
As she does that, do we have any questions at this time of Hillary? And in doing so, Hillary, questions, would it be easier to do it numerically for you? or just general I know we heard each bill separated, but they were kind of presented together. I don't know. I just don't want to complicate matters in that way, so.
Sure, it doesn't matter to me. The only thing I would add, I do know that Dan Chuda, Deputy Commissioner of Education, and it looks like JC Holmes from the Department of Education are both attendees in the waiting room. I also know that Wilson Hess of the State Board of Education, I had asked him some questions. He is in a State Board of Education meeting all day, so he's going to try to be in two places at once. And I'll do my best to answer any questions that I can, but if we need to get him in, we will do our best to do so.
Thank you. I think we all have a good feel for being in two places at once at this point. So I believe I had Representative Dodge followed by Representative Salisbury and Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. The first one is around the report that Mr. Chuda alluded to about the general report back that is coming to this committee around certification. Do we have a firm date of when that is going to be given to us, number one? And the other is perhaps simpler. What were the other two bills, please, that you alluded to that are not on our docket today? I got two, 1379, 975. Could you please give me the two other bill numbers that I should have notes in front of me, please? Thank you.
Yes, I will take your second question first. The other two bills, the ones that were tabled by the committee previously, is LD 350 and LD 639. In regards to report back, I think what you're talking about is the actual Chapter 115 rulemaking proposal. So yes, so this is where I did reach out to first Dan, or Mr. Tuda, excuse me, and then Wilson Hess, because these are actually rules of the State Board of Education. And I can provide you the information I got from Mr. Hess, but to the extent there are follow-up questions, I may need to defer to him. And essentially, he indicated that, as you know, the Chapter 115 rules come in two parts. There's a part one, which is the basic, and there's a part two, which has to do with a lot of this endorsement specifics. He indicated that the part one language from the consensus-based committee should be done pretty soon this week. He said it's his hope that the part two language would be finalized late this month. Now, they had engaged in consensus-based rulemaking, and so that committee then presents the rules to the State Board of Education, because as the agency has the authority over the rules, they actually have sole discretion ultimately as to what gets put forth. And so he thought that part two would most likely, that would be finalized later this month, and both parts would likely head to the State Board meeting most likely in early May. Once it's been through that process and goes to the public comment period, at that point, it would become like a public document and he could share it with the committee. So I do not have an exact date for you. And as I said, if there are follow-up questions on that, there are some other timelines regarding public comment period through the Administrative Procedures Act. But that's what I have for you at this point.
Thank you. I had Representative Salisbury followed by Representative Millett.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rizzo. This is all really helpful. And I was going to ask about the Chapter 115 rulemaking. That was part of my question, but I have more. And I wanted to go into specifics on your review of the LD 1189, the bill analysis. You might have mentioned this before about how, some things were taken and added and amended and back and forth. Just want to go over part of it. And it's the part about, it's on page 4. And it's the part about the section 820-A, the denial of certificate for prior immoral or prohibited conduct. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. So in that section, there's a lot of things crossed out and then added. So I might have just answered my own question. So it's taking out, is it just, and I know you can't talk about intent, but it looks like, is it just cleaning up the wording? I guess I can't really ask you that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that might be a better question for the department. The one thing I will note that was changed from the original proposed amendment and then the revised proposed amendment.
Okay.
The original amendment included that.
Is that the original underlined part that's now crossed out?
No, so the only thing they changed, they added, and let me just pull up, if I may, the actual proposed revised, because they have it highlighted what they had changed.
Oh yeah,
So
I think I have that.
Moment.
Oh, I might have that too. Oh, okay, I might have it. Is it, so on their amendment that they sent whenever, it says on that section, evidence that an applicant for initial certification or renewal has been convicted in any state or federal court of a criminal offense involving the physical or sexual abuse or exploitation of a child, or that any such allegations, and that's highlighted, not sure why, have been substantiated through a DHHS investigation is grounds for denial of certification.
Yep. And that allegations, that was a revision to their original proposed amendment. So this is why it gets really complicated.
Okay, that's why I was confused, because I just wasn't sure with the crossing out and the underlying, but I can see that now.
Yes, but so the crossing out language would all be what's being repealed, and what's underlined is what's new and what the new law would be.
And so that new amendment that we got, I think it was whenever we got that, but that one that we just read off, that's the most current information.
Yes.
And that was done by the DOE, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So with specific questions for why they are doing that, or what the effect of that would be, I would defer to the department.
Okay, I'll probably have a follow-up, Mr. Chair, but let me just go back and read that again. Thank you, Ms. Risler.
Thank you. I have Representative Millette followed by Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have questions for Mr. Chuda.
Sam, if you could.
Yes, Senator, yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator, Representative and committee.
Representative Millette has some questions for you, I think.
Okay, I'm ready.
You, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chuda.
Good afternoon.
So this is kind of our first time digging into all of this, so bear with me. So in the first part of the, no, actually I don't. Okay, yes, the first one, in section 1, which is related to section 13001A sub 7, there is a removal of special education consultant and speech language clinician from education specialist. Can you just walk us through why that was decided?
I'd be happy to. So the consensus-based rulemaking committee reviewed each of the existing certificates and endorsements, and it was their proposal to remove those two, special education consultant and speech language clinician, for actually two different reasons. The first, the special education consultant, is a certificate that in its definition and function in current rule encroaches a bit on the school psychologist role, and to perform the functions fully and with the appropriate credential, it should be a school psychologist performing those functions. The committee also looked at the utilization of that certificate, and though I don't have the numbers on the top of my head, the numbers were minimal in the holders that are employed with that certificate. So it was their recommendation to remove that certificate. And the speech and language clinician actually is one of the unique roles that needs both a license and currently a certificate. And so the idea from the committee would be to proceed with simply having licensed speech language clinicians and not require them to hold an additional certificate as well. So that is the reason for the removal of both of those from statute, because it's the proposal of the committee to remove those from the rule.
Thank you. Do all districts have access to a school psychologist?
They should in some way, shape, or form. Some of them have them hired as their own employees, and some do contracting. I know that other parts of this bill actually hope to increase the number of school psychologists that folks can work with by making some flexibilities around the certification of school psychologists.
Okay, thank you. So I have a whole bunch, so I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'll let somebody else ask questions, and then I probably will be coming back if that's okay, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Chuda, the removal of good moral character, can you just talk to us a little bit about that discussion? Because I'm really intrigued about where this arrived from and what the challenges have been that resulted in the removal or repeal of this section of law.
Happy to. I would have been surprised if this topic didn't come up this afternoon. So happy to have that conversation. So interestingly, and you saw in Ms. Reisler's analysis, good moral character, though it's stated in statute, is actually not defined anywhere. And though we likely don't have the time this afternoon to do that, I think if we were to actually go around this Zoom screen, everyone may have a slightly different interpretation of what good moral character is defined as. And further, it's not defined in rule. It simply refers back to good moral character again. And there have been situations in other parts of the country where someone's interpretation or subjective definition of good moral character has unfortunately meant that folks have been denied certification because of a perhaps misinformed, either culturally or for other reasons, interpretation of what good moral character in the general sense is. So it's our recommendation to remove that language. The good news is that there are other precautions within statute, obviously, that would prevent someone who perhaps has caused harm to be issued a certificate. And that was some of what Representative Salisbury was also referring to as far as the denial is concerned. And we tried to clarify and strengthen the language there as well. So that, in a nutshell, is the premise behind the removal of this. I would also indicate some of you, I would imagine, have or may still have certificates from the Department of Education. I know I do myself. Never actually had to furnish evidence of good moral character, but there are times where we do ask individuals to provide evidence perhaps of what some, again, may consider not good moral character. So it's just an interesting twist on the language there as well, is that it's not defined anywhere, and B, we're actually often more interested in finding where there may have been some concerns in the past rather than the blue ribbon character awards that would seem to be in line with good moral character.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chuda. I'm wondering whether I should ask these questions of you, or if we could get Ms. Holmes in from the waiting room, and then I'll punt my question, and then you guys can decide who's the better one to answer it.
Sure, I'm happy to tag team with Ms. Holmes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holmes.
Members
So
of the
the question is pertaining to if you could explain, or if Mr. Chuda can explain, why the emergency certificates are actually needed, and how many do we actually have that under the executive order?
We have, as of Monday, April 12th, 252 emergency certificates. The highest number are for 282s, which are a special education emergency certificate, as well as an 081, which I believe might also be a early childhood special ed. The rest are a combination of CTE, secondary, maybe world languages. There's a total of 19 different categories that have applied for emergency endorsements.
Wow, awesome. Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And if I could add one more piece of information, there were 4,183 teaching endorsements done during the same period from August 26, 2020 until April 12th.
What was it? It was 483. What kind of endorsements?
4,183 teaching endorsements, in addition to those 252 emergency certificates.
Oh, wow. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Can you just explain how this bill, specifically LD 1169, how does that meet? Now, you already alluded to the special ed, the number of emergency certificates that have been provided. Dealing with special education, how does this address the actual shortage we are in, and where are we at on that?
I think we are in a shortage, particularly with special ed across the state, in a number of different age brackets. And I think given that the pandemic is still ongoing and we still have some high schools that are in remote, I think the need for your bill to move emergency certificates forward for another period of time is going to be critical to deal with the shortage areas. And the fact that it's addressing areas across 19 different types, it's not just one, but it's certainly secondary staff as well as early elementary and middle school.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I might just add to that, Representative.
Yes, please.
For the kind of the general understanding, folks are probably generally aware that there were shortages prior to the pandemic, which really heightened and made the concern acute, not just for teachers, but actually all educators and school staff, including bus drivers. I'm not sure if any of you are interested in that, but I think you could likely get a job yourself if you're looking for something in your spare time to be a bus driver, because all sorts of roles in schools. So the emergency certificates did enable schools to hire staff. That, in addition to some of the work that we partnered with Eastern Maine Community College to support EdTech certificates as well through the learning facilitators work, and also through I think the contemplation of reciprocity, which is kind of outside of an emergency. Just in any time, we've included some language in Chapter 115 to make it a little bit easier for some reciprocity to occur. Very qualified, certified people from other states or even outside of the country to be able to more easily work in our state and be excellent educators. So I think it complements a comprehensive approach to assist school units hiring qualified folks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, as well. And I did do that best driver thing. It's just hard to do as a legislator, to actually do it. Representative Stearns, followed by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dan, I've been driving a school bus since I was 17 and drove one last year, as a matter of fact. Mr. Chuda spoke to this, what I'm about to say, I think, and that is it took COVID-19 to exacerbate the issue, to create an emergency order. But the emergency is every time that we don't get the best qualified person in front of students and working with students. And so I think it's incredibly important for us to move forward with these recommendations. My second point would be that we might want to consider, for efficiency's sake, looking at 1189, which seems to be the department bill, which is more all-encompassing. Look at that as the vessel that we use, and look at the pieces in 1149 and 1169 that complement the larger bill and that could easily be worked into that bill. It might just, it might give us a sense of order of where we're heading with the possibility of voting out a good bill for certification. But I throw that up to the chairs as maybe a method to attack here.
Thank you. And I did hear that that was mentioned a little earlier by Ms. Risler in one form or another. Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like Representative Stern's ideas and Ms. Risler's. Mr. Chuda, did I hear you say that bus drivers should be added to the list in, I think it's 1169, or suggest that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's an important one. No, the bus drivers in this regard aren't certified by the Department of Education. They do require a criminal history background check through fingerprinting through the department. So they are required to have the clearance, as it were. But their licensing obviously is done through the Secretary of State and Motor Vehicles. So that's not a position that needs a certificate from the department and therefore would not be part of Chapter 115 or the requirements that we're considering this afternoon.
Okay, I misunderstood what you said. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so Mr. Tudor or Ms. Holmes, for section 3, where there's the removal of the qualifying exam, basically then saying has graduated from an educator preparation program. So if a person graduated with an average of C- or whatever, you would feel that that person is now qualified to teach.
Interesting question, because this was a question that the state board grappled with a bit too. Often the language that's in Chapter 115 goes along the lines of completed so many credits or completed a program. There aren't many qualifying words on those statements. It's merely that the program or the course was completed. In this regard, the removal of that language for the qualifying exam is because of the proposal from the consensus-based rulemaking committee taking a different approach than what is currently in place for the use of the qualifying exam, which I'll name it since everyone knows it, is the praxis in this case. The approach that the consensus-based rulemaking committee took is with the same goal in mind, I think, and I don't mean to speak for Representative Fecteau, the same goal in mind, but a different approach. The consensus-based rulemaking committee approached it with an opt-in to the use of praxis. In other words, it's one of three options. The praxis would be one option, a cumulative GPA of 3.0 and the required courses for the certificate being a second option, and a portfolio review of the initial teaching standards being a third option. So someone could choose to take the praxis if that's the route they wanted to go with, or they could have chosen one of the other options. So it's an opt-in approach to using a test versus an opt-out of the test. But that's why the language there and in other sections removes either the musts and changes them to mays, or removes the requirement, because in the proposal for 115, the use of that becomes an option for the applicant.
Where's the language on the three options?
That's in 115.
So there's nothing in statute. I mean, they could be removed from rules at any time because there's nothing in statute requiring it.
Correct. It changed the must to the may, meaning that it's an option, but the actual wording, you're correct, isn't until you see the rule.
And I should clarify that there has been statutory requirement for the exam, but not for the GPA.
Correct.
And I would pose to the committee that with the removal of the exam language, there then is no statutory basis on which these rules would be based on to require the GPA or the portfolio. So I'm concerned by that. And I'd love to understand better why the department isn't.
I would go back to the point that Ms. Reisler was making about there is a point, a line in statute that does allow the state board to add additional requirements. And that is the line in statute that I believe would be invoked, if you will, to produce the other requirements. In addition to the foundation that is in statute currently. So though it's not specific, that's the language that enables the state board to put additional requirements in to the rule.
But it's up to the state board and whomever is membership at that time.
Correct. And then of course, through major substantive, it does make it to the legislature. And I know that we'll probably talk about the interest of the committee to look at routine technical for the purpose of this, but 115 normally is a major substantive rule.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would argue that the line in statute that Mr. Tudor just referenced is exactly what the legislature should be doing. And that is the role is primarily the function of the state board, and the legislature is charging them with that. A person that applies to teach or work in schools in the state of Maine doesn't apply thinking, let's see, I'd like to have the rules, the policies, the statutes, etc. And I have heard over and over again from various folks how difficult it is to come to try to work and teach school in the state of Maine. A rule is a rule. And as long as the rule is there and the state board has authorized that rule, the person has to follow that rule in order to get a certification. So anything we can do to streamline that process and make it more clear is a good thing, in my opinion. I would ask, we were talking specifically about the opt-in piece on the praxis, and I would ask if I'm allowed to, Mr. Chair, Representative Fecto to weigh in if that opt-in language suits his needs. rather than banning the praxis, allowing other methods to prove your capabilities other than taking the praxis, if that would work.
I'll give Representative Fecto an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to address that specifically, Representative, I think putting something like my bill and statute is important, since we just talked about the different options, and then we talk about how things can absolutely change over time. I think there is some merit in the portfolio. I think there's a lot of merit in preparatory programs or whatever, however education will change in the next 10 or 20 or 30 years, but we have a lot more authority to control what those look like. And so whenever the examination may be considered, I think this will live on forever. And so it doesn't go outright ban the praxis. It just says the commissioner shall waive the examination requirement for essentially those that have gotten a 3.0 GPA or higher for the praxis 1, a 3.0 GPA higher for the praxis 2, so long as their degree is within that content area. And then waiving the requirement for the PLT praxis if they've taught for 2 years on a conditional waiver. And so I just think this lives on, given those options, that should there be a requirement for an examination, a qualifying examination, that our those that have performed the best in their regionally accredited colleges and universities, they would be exempt from those requirements, since we don't really have control over those nationally sourced exams.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
Thank you. And Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I keep taking my hand down to keep allowing others to put theirs up. So
there are no others up at this.
There were no others up. So okay, so on section 5 on the compact, there's a paragraph at the end that appears to still remain. If advanced study or tests are required in the state, the commissioner has the right as specified in the interstate compact. I thought we were doing away with the interstate compact issue, so should we be striking that as well? You're nodding.
Yes, I believe that has to go too. It's a fragment that's left there. Yep.
Okay, great. And then in section 7, at the very end of the new language for the emergency education technician, it says a certificate issued pursuant to this subsection is issued for a 5-year period with no limitations on renewals. So someone could literally be an ed tech without ever completing a prep program?
So the thinking there,
whatever the training that's required.
Yep. So the thinking there was really based on triggering off of the emergency, and a bit of what has been described earlier about managing both one's role and the requirements. So this is really emergency mode prescription, and it's something that certainly could be adjusted if, as we heard from Representative Sampson's bill, there are certain limitations on some of those emergencies certificates as well. We'd be open to figuring out a different approach to that extension of those, but it really was based off of, in some cases, dire need for ed tech support in schools without being concerned too heavily about the extension of those. So it's comes right from emergency thinking and mode in that regard.
Now, well, one would hope that after 5 years, we would have dealt with the emergency, right?
Agreed, and I think too, as long as we're able to continue to partner with folks like the community college with the programs that are preparatory, folks could be very well on their way to being fully certified as an ed tech and be prepared in that way, and they would no longer need the emergency certificate.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of the committee, but it was somebody who's put 5 years into serving as a med tech. I would hope we would find a pathway for them to be certified and no longer considered an emergency educator, right? I mean, that's, so I to the committee, I definitely would like us to revisit this particular section of that. For section, oh.
I have Representative
Yeah,
Salisbury.
I have one last, well, kind of one last one. So, and it's a technical question. For section 8, any such allegations have been substantiated through a DHHS investigation. Does not the DOE do investigations as well?
I'll answer your question in just a second. I also wanted to clarify, since Representative Salisbury raised the question about the word allegation being highlighted, that was actually charges, and we were informed that more technically that it would be allegation would be in a more appropriate word than charge in that language, which is why allegation was added. The department does receive information, particularly if there are investigations going on. There is separate statute regarding investigations that are happening at the school unit. And the certification team does, if it does receive information either through DHHS or other information that's provided through the application process, utilize the information through the authorities that have background checks and so forth to look into the matters. There's also, appeal processes and so forth that are there in existence. There's other remedies that we can attempt to go about this. But again, what this is looking for is the very specific allegations related to children that would be coming from DHHS is where this language is pointing to.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm going to go to Representative Salisbury, if I could, please, and then we'll come back.
okay.
My questions are the same, Representative Millette, so maybe we can tag team
Thank
off
you.
of that.
Yep.
Because if we can just go back just real quick to the emergency education technician and the part about the 5 years, I really have kind of a lot of concerns about that. I would hope to goodness that we were not beyond 5 years in an emergency situation. I wish there was some wording in there that said something about like a review after a few years if the emergency wasn't done and they could have a track to become certified. I would really be concerned because you have new people, so say you're in the middle of it, the emergency is done, and a new ed tech comes along to be certified, and they go through the full process, but this other person's just getting certified. So yeah, I'd be worried about that. I wish there was some wording around some track in there that the emergency is done, but we could find that. And back to what Representative Millette was just talking about, the allegations substantiated through DHHS, which makes it sound like allegations have been made. DHHS is like, yeah, allegations have been made. I'm concerned that allegations being made could stop somebody, a certificate could be denied, but the allegations aren't ever founded. Like maybe there's some technical jargon or something in there that says that, but I would hate for somebody to be denied. Allegations had been made that were later unfounded, but in the meantime, they weren't able to get certified. So.
Good question. The substantiated part, I think, is the key to that. So allegations could be made, but they're substantiated through the DHHS investigation. I think is what you're looking for in that regard.
So by saying it's substantiated means that DHHS is saying that it's a legit, which therefore you would hope would mean convicted and
a denial.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
So I just, you know what I mean? I always get worried when it's talking about allegations, which denies somebody an opportunity that hasn't been legally, you could be in this long cycle of something is alleged, and then you end up getting to a point where no, it was not found to be legitimate. So that was all. I'm just worried about that piece of it. So, and I don't have any legal background, so I don't know, maybe that substantiated means, I don't know. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Just quickly on that one point, just because I've seen it, is that I think sometimes what happens, DHS has a definite, it happened, but through the court process, deals are made and things are whatever you want to say with our court system. It doesn't actually render a guilty verdict of the actual child abuse or whatever you have, but maybe there's another charge and it doesn't ever come out that way. So I think that might be one of the issues there. I'm not positive, I'm not a lawyer, but I certainly would. A couple of points I want to make. I agree with Representative Stearns that maybe combining, who actually stole that from Hillary, but I'll give him credit today, is that, you know, combining some of these things would be good. The thing with the praxis that I really strongly agree with Representative Fecto on is that, and I don't think he made this point, but something that I've always wondered is, like, when you take the practice, as if you guys have seen it, is you might be a PE teacher or a social studies teacher who has a math phobia, like some of us here do, like myself, for instance, and there's no way in heck you're going to pass the math. I would never pass the math praxis, to be honest with you. I just, and you know, it by doing away with that piece, it certainly allows some really good teachers of history or other subjects to be able to be certified. I mean, to be held back because of a math or the opposite or you know, something else is really not, in my opinion, a fair judge of a good teacher. And correct me if I'm wrong, I was just looking at the main teacher certification requirements right now, but there's not a lot on there about, I mean, I don't think anywhere where we say what your grades have to be, like, right? I mean, right this second in the 2019, which is what the one online right now, is there somewhere where it says what your grades actually have to be?
No. Representative Roche, are you referring to grades on the exam or grades?
No, I'm sorry. I meant like your overall GPA or whatever from college, right? There's nothing there right now that.
No, there isn't. I know that the state board, in other rules, there are other rules governing the educator preparation program reviews, have done some signaling. I think I'm not sure if it's actually in the rule. I'd have to go back and check myself to see if they have defined what success is for a graduate of an educator preparation program, teacher preparation program, through those programs, but not currently in 115 does it say that you have to have a certain GPA.
Because and the reason I ask that is because I think sometimes, I mean, if I brought home a C- from college, my dad would have hung it on the refrigerator, to be honest with you. But, you know, but sometimes you have in interviews, I see teachers, like I've been in a lot of interviews, and I see teachers that maybe don't have the greatest GPA in the world, but I could tell as they stood in front of me, they're going to be a great teacher for high school kids. And so when we start to make these, I mean, I get people have to have a knowledge of the subject, but at the same time, you know, you want great teachers. You want, I think Representative Stearns said this, you want to find the person that's going to be in front of that classroom with great command and knowledge of the subject, and maybe didn't show it all the time through his college career. Those are just, I think that's what brings out some of these points that we're making in these bills. So thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up with a quick endorsement of that thinking, because the consensus-based rulemaking committee, we had quite a bit of conversation. I think I mentioned this to you folks last week, but trying to be very clear about what credentialing requirements were, what hiring characteristics, things that people look for when they're hiring somebody. And then in our state, as you know, we have an evaluation and professional growth system for educators as well. So when you look at the three components, they really should be working together to have the best folks working with kids. So you take one of those legs away from the three-legged stool and it falls down, but they work complementary.
Thank you very much. And Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chuda, I just want to be clear because I heard you just say earlier a choice between praxis, GPA, or portfolio. Is that what the consensus team is looking at? It's not currently in rules?
Correct. Those three options are what have come from the consensus-based rulemaking, currently under review by the State Board's Committee on Certification Higher Education. The option out of praxis is not currently permissible.
Right. Okay.
Having said that, there is, because of the civil emergency currently, the ability to apply and obtain certification if everything else is all set without praxis in place. And that is was put in place in the executive order because of the fact that ETS was not actually offering praxis examinations because they didn't want people altogether. So currently there is not a requirement for praxis because of the emergency.
Right. Thanks. And then I would just like to add that, I think the issue around credentialing and praxis and GPAs and portfolios pivots off of what grade level are we talking about? Because if we're hiring somebody to teach chemistry, then we're going to want to know that they know chemistry. But if you're teaching science for 2-year-olds, then a general understanding and comfort with that, with science and math, because really we need to find a lot more early educators with comfort in science and math. Then the praxis and GPA may not hold as much, but I do think that there is a role to play in ascertaining that these candidates do have a grasp of their education preparation program. So I look forward to seeing more as it comes out of the State Board.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to follow up a little bit on Representative Roach's and Representative Stern's comments about combining bills together. But Mr. Chuda, so if we were to look at LD 1169, I believe that's the one. Yeah, Representative Sampson's bill. Would you be supportive of including that either by itself or in a package of bills?
The language in Representative Sampson's bill would be helpful to the department. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, I can't speak as directly about Representative Fecto's bill, but it appears in Representative Fecto's bill, he also eliminates some standardized testing required for certification. Are those things that you would also support?
This one's trickier, only because
it always is with Representative Fecto.
As I mentioned, I think we have the same goal that we're trying to achieve and heard loud and clear from the consensus-based rulemaking committee, particularly the teachers, I would say, in opposition to the use of praxis. But I think how we go about it is just different. How the approach that the consensus-based rulemaking committee, again, to oversimplify it, certainly is an opt-in to using praxis. And as Representative Fecto has described it, it's basically an opt-out of using the praxis. So we'd have to somehow reconcile, that though there isn't language in the statute, as we've mentioned, related to praxis, the rule does contemplate the opting in to using praxis. So.
Okay. And if I could have just a couple of follow-up very quickly, Senator.
Yes, sir. I don't see any other hands up at this time. So.
Okay, so to stray off course just a little bit, Mr. Chuda, LD 975, do you have any thoughts about that in terms of CET and certification, given the fact that it, quote, tries to find an alternative pathway to certification based more on experience and practice than on other teaching certification?
So the committee did review this notion as well. Actually recently had an individual that was previously a teacher and was now working as certification for CTE. So the concept, the mechanism may be a little bit different, but the concept is exactly where the consensus-based rulemaking committee was going with pathways towards CTE certifications. That's an area actually where a bit more flexibility has been introduced by the proposal, as well as some of the coursework that's required and ways in which people can demonstrate that might become a bit more flexible in the proposal of 115 as well. So in that particular one, again, the concepts are matching with flexibilities for CTE certificates.
Okay. And then how do we get, quote, if the concepts are matching, how do we get compatibility in terms of bills?
Yeah, I would have to look back again at the specific language in that one and see how that matches up and where there may be gaps between what the proposal is in the rule and what that bill is introducing for CTE.
Okay. And finally, my last two questions. We have LD 650, which increases number of courses required for autism spectrum disorder. The second one, 639, to improve professional training for school counselors. I'm just guessing that probably in your review, you didn't take up either one of these issues? Okay.
Neither one of those, nope, neither one of those were considered by the consensus-based rulemaking. And though in general, there were some different course expectations that are coming with this proposal related to all teacher certificates. The committee was also conscious about adding additional credits to each of the certificates as well. So it was a bit of a balance in that regard.
I believe in 330, and I'd ask Representative Crockett might want to speak a little bit more to it, but it looked like 350 allows for replacement of courses as opposed to addition of courses, but I could be wrong about that. But equally important, on 639, it would require 6 hours of courses in domestic violence in order to be certified as a school counselor. So how would that be best approached in terms of having a review to make sure that that requirement matched professional standards or matched other certification requirements and stuff? So what I'm trying to figure out is that if you've had a whole review of the certification process and then something comes forward like this outside of that certification process, how would it be addressed?
Ms. Holmes, did you want to insert?
There is a separate rule for school counselors that came about because of a bill, I believe, a year and a half or 2 years ago, and Bear Shea is working on that specific to school counselors. And I think what you could do is submit a letter to the department indicating that you would like that consideration to be part of that rulemaking.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so by doing that, that means that in that rulemaking process, the issue of domestic violence or anything else, suicide prevention, might be considered?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Senator, for your patience. I went into 2 or 3 different directions at one time.
Not uncommon with us, sir. Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everything shifted in my computer here. I would like to hear what Representative Fecto thinks about all of this conversation and in light of some of the things Mr. Chuda has shared. So would we be able to get him to share his thoughts on moving forward with some of this? Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yes, I was trying to unmute myself. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Fecto, you want to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I definitely appreciated the way Representative Brennan characterized my interactions with Chapter 115 rules. I always appreciate that. And I guess and I really do think Mr. Chuda and I see the same issue. And so we're really splitting hairs here, but I think the main difference and the main function of the three options that are being considered as far as an opt-in, which praxis may be one of them, my bill puts it in statute, lives forever, and should there ever be a qualifying examination, we understand that the colleges and universities that we give billions of dollars to over the course of several years, that we understand that a person that's exceeded 3.0 or higher, that they would be waived from that requirement. And so I think that's an important route to go. The last portion of my bill, 1149, talks about the PLT praxis, which I think that 2 years of teaching on a conditional certification is in good faith to the work that was done in the 129th, which I believe it was either Representative Dodge's bill or Representative McCrae's bill, reducing it to 2 years of probationary teaching in a school. And so I think they accomplished similar goals, and I think they can work together. So I don't think it's an either or thing. I think you can have the three options and the statutory requirement, should there ever be a test option, that you would be waived from it if you really proved that you were very successful from your college or university. And I know Representative Brennan referenced LD 975, and I'm very pleased to hear that the conversations that Mr. Chuda has had is all about really standardizing how CTE teachers come and face their students, regardless in which building they are. And so I really think that in some buildings they're allowed to teach, but different walls require different circumstances for them to teach. And I'm fully in support of standardizing the way in which our career and technical educators interface with our students. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out, especially 1149. I really think that teachers are enhanced by having the three options that Mr. Chuda talks about, as well as my bill, because my bill would live on for 10, 20, 30 years with all the changes that could happen. Thank you.
I thought I saw hands up. Now I don't. Any other questions, folks? Directions we can go. Certainly I heard a lot in terms of combining some potential bills, or we move along and treat them individually as they appear. I had one more question, and I will recognize Representative Brennan. Ms. Risler, relative to 1149, and it kind of raised a concern with me when you alluded to it. You talked about the impact that might have on students that are currently enrolled in an educational program, and how did what raised your concern, and can you kind of explain to me a little bit more about what that was?
Yes, I can. Just give me 1 second to pull up the statute that I'm talking about.
Thank you.
It's all right for me to share my screen quickly.
Sure.
All right, so this is the credentialing of teachers rulemaking statute. And if you look down here at subsection 3, it says application of rules revising credential qualifications or endorsements. And it provides that an amendment to the rules adopted to implement this chapter or chapter 502 that revises the qualifications for a credential or the grades or subject area endorsements for a professional teacher certificate does not apply to the following. A person who held an active credential or endorsement during the school year preceding the adoption of revisions to the rules, a person who held an active conditional certificate during the school year preceding the adoption of revisions to the rules, a program completer who qualified for a recommendation for certification as a teacher during the school year preceding the adoption of revisions to the rules, a person enrolled in an educator preparation program during the school year preceding the adoption of revision to the rules, or a person who began the application process for professional teacher certification with the department during the school year preceding the adoption of revisions to the rules. And so the concern that this raises, and I think this is really meant to grandfather people in so that when there is a change to the rules, people don't have to go back and get new certification, that they can keep the certification they have, and it's sort of a do no harm. My concern is the unintended consequences that if you have someone who has, for example, already started their application and the practice is required and you change the rules, could this be interpreted to mean that they still have to take the praxis even though the rules have changed? I don't think the department has any desire to interpret or intention to interpret this statute that way, but it does create a pause for me that you wouldn't want to create that unintended consequence. And so, as I said, my suggestion would just be some sort of unallocated language on the bill, or allocated as it is in Representative Fecto's LD 1149, just making it clear that for those who have already started the process or are in school and about to start the process, that, you know, for example, they don't still have to take the praxis, that the rules would apply to them, the new rules.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I had Representative Brennan followed by Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Senator. I certainly would hesitate to add to what Ms. Risler said about the grandfathering. Would it also be possible if with grandfathering languages, or to allow the applicant to choose which set of rules they wanted to pursue?
I see some heads nodding in agreement. I assume that's a positive.
I need Ms. Risler to nod in agreement.
She is. Yes. She is.
I think you could. The one little caveat, and I would need to give some more thought to it, is just depending how long you would want that to be in place in terms of the timeline. We usually use unallocated language for a one-time, 2-year limit. If there's a chance that some of those people I just mentioned in that list maybe won't be actually starting their application for 3 or 4 years, then you probably would want to put it in statute.
Okay.
But I think either way could work. It would just be finessing that language. And if you move in that direction, I'd probably ask permission to work with the department to figure out the timelines and the best way to do that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And if I could continue, Senator, I was just going to suggest, given all the discussion we've had at this point, and I know people understand the certification process quite a bit better than I do, but it seems to me at this point that we have some as everybody's already pointed out, crossover between 189, 149, and 169. And I'm just wondering, how do we get people to speak in a way that we might be able to either consolidate or pick the appropriate vehicle to move forward? And should we ask Mr. Chuda and Ms. Holmes to work with Representative Fecto and Representative Sampson, or do we still continue to try to work through separate bills? For example, I would be, I think Representative Sampson's bill is pretty straightforward and seems to be a lot of support for it. But at the same time, if we could find one common vehicle that covered everything, that might be preferable to the committee as well as to the department. But it's kind of difficult for me to sit here and try to mix and match and say, well, I think 1149 should go into 1189, and this should go into there, and the CTE bill could also be included someplace else. And it sounded like Representative Fecto had some ideas about specific things that he thought needed to maybe go independent of 1189. So I'm just trying to decide who can best sort through all of that, because if you could and reach agreement, that would be an enormous benefit to the committee.
Thank you. Is there either members of the department want to respond to that?
We're happy certainly to work with the respective sponsors to see how those could be worked in. I think merely for efficiency's sake, it would be helpful under a single bill to do that, particularly where this will impact, the rule drafting as well. This, once it's in statute, we're not quite done. So having a single bill to work from would certainly be more efficient and probably effective than multiple. But we're happy to do that. Could certainly connect with Hillary on the logistics of how that might have to happen. But
okay.
Thank you. Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would tend to agree with you, Mr. Chuda, that I think we need to, the simplest. I mean, why confuse this process any more than we need to? And I'm kind of curious as to the rulemaking aspect and how this, with Representative Fecto's bill, I'm just curious of his thoughts, if he could weigh in on that as we're heading towards, hopefully, to landing this baby.
Thank you, Representative. I really thought that Ms. Whistler did a good job pulling up the statute and showing all the things, because that would, I guess, was I had another thought or question on that, because there's definitely other teachers that aren't in preparatory programs, or that, the do not harm may actually harm them. So I really liked Representative Brennan's thoughts on that, and maybe giving people a chance to choose. And then when you're thinking about people going through college programs and understanding on how that's going to impact their how they go through programs, we I know a lot of kids go in and it's a 4-year program and a teacher preparation program, but really we look at things as 4-year degrees is really 5 or 6-year degrees when you're going through if they're graduating on time, because I think it was last legislature we're looking at like Maine maritime graduation rates or something, and they're really looking at 5 or 6 years. So I would just caution the committee on giving those students that have definitely forked over $100,000 that we're not changing the rules on them halfway through, or at least give them enough time to understand that they may have a choice. I'd love to work with Mr. Chuda and whomever putting all this stuff in, but I don't think we need to take anything out of the other bills in order for 1149 to also survive, based on my understanding currently, on their talks on the 3 options and my bill separately. 975, I think, could just be loaded in there in one vehicle, because I don't think there's anything interacting with 975 either. That's my understanding currently. Thank you.
Thank you, but I will have to correct you as a dad, Representative Fecto. 4 years is plenty.
You only promised 4 years.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we can we talk about routine technical versus major substantive rulemaking for this?
Yes.
So as the bill is still currently drafted, they're routine technical. I'm not quite sure why. These are pretty substantial changes. So I'd love to dig into that a little more. Thank you.
I'm happy to start with that. If that was teed up for me, I'm not sure. Senator, I'm happy to respond.
I appreciate that.
So when this bill was initially the need for it was determined, it was under the probably wishful thinking, hopeful thinking that rulemaking would be fairly well complete by the time that the LD would actually make it to your committee. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So the idea was that major substantive would have actually made its way through, and we would have a new version of Chapter 115 that would need some statutory changes. Routine technical would enable that to happen in an efficient way. We're now, of course, the other way around, where we're having a conversation about the bill and the rulemaking is not completed. So the other argument that I would add, because I'm saying this on behalf of the 25 individuals that worked with us to do consensus-based rulemaking, is that there was certainly broad, to the extent that if we had not done consensus-based rulemaking, there wouldn't have been, up until the release of the rule, stakeholder input on to this process. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 meetings that they met to come up with a proposal, in addition to probably up to about 25 now public meetings of the Certification Higher Education Committee, contemplating the language that's in the proposal as they made adjustments and revisions as well. So for the benefit of the committee, the consensus-based rulemaking committee, I wanted to make sure that I shared certainly the input that had gone into this rule. Probably, I don't mean to speak in hyperbole, but probably historically significant amount of input into this rule, as opposed to previous attempts at making changes to 115.
If I could add to that, certainly I conferred with our Assistant AG, Sarah Forster, yesterday, and given that we had a consensus-based rulemaking group who then provided their recommendations to the state board, who have spent 23 at least meetings going through all 100 and some odd pages, it is because they are the authorizers for Chapter 115. If they review and approve those recommendations, then they could be part of the routine technical rulemaking. The interest being that we could have this in place for the next school year and not delay the actual implementation any further. And one might argue that the amount of time and effort spent in consensus rulemaking and all of those meetings were attended by a number of state board members. And I think Deputy Commissioner Chuda kept very copious detailed notes that are part of the public documents for consensus rulemaking that articulate how all those points came to agreement. So that was sort of the rationale behind the routine technical.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm muted again myself. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I certainly appreciate the huge amount of work that's gone into it. This discussion is not in any way meant to devalue that. It's more about the process on our end and the general public. I mean, this has been an insider's game for quite a while now. A big discussion, a lot of great work, but at some point, we're making some pretty substantial changes here. And then I would raise the additional issue that, you know, if the argument is that the rules had gone through consensus and are now being reviewed by the State Board of Ed, and therefore it doesn't need to be major, then that would immediately say to me, then we should include no additional language from any of these other bills. Because those have not gone through the consensus. Those people did not weigh in on this language. So certainly that's that would be cautionary to me. If we make it major substantive, then I think we can use one omnibus bill and put everything together. But I think that if we don't, then that would preclude us combining bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, a direction. Representative Brennan.
Well, I agree with Representative Millett. We kind of have a cart and a horse problem. And Mr. Tudor, I thought, did a pretty good job of explaining what their intent was. And we're not in the place of being able to follow the intent where we would have the rules and then be able to have the statute change and be able to review the rules in the context of the statute change. And I'm not sure exactly how to undo that at this point, or redo that. And I kind of look to other people on the committee, if and to Ms. Risler and to the department, to see if there is a way for us to move forward, but also preserve the legislature's role, and looking at, in other circumstances, would be major changes in rules. So I'm kind of going to sit with that at this particular point and say it's an issue that needs to be resolved, and maybe not by 5 o'clock today. But the second thing I was going to suggest, Mr. Chair, is that we table the bills that we have before us, and that we ask the department to work with the sponsors of the bill to see if we can start to consolidate some of these issues in one place, and at the same time try to also resolve this issue of major substantive versus minor technical in the statute moving forward. So that would be my suggestion at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. And there was a time I thought we were circling the airport, but maybe we are. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to land this. And so I would like to propose that, or ask Ms. Risler, is there some way that you basically put a framework together? Is this something that you would be able to put together for us and then bring it before us to review? Or would this be a Department of Education piece? Or do you work with a department?
So there's a couple different ways. I mean, I can certainly take all three bills and put them into one single document. There are some sort of technical conflicts. The way the department has amended one paragraph is slightly different than the way that paragraph is amended in Representative Fecto's bill. So there are some things there that will need to be massaged to come together. So I can sort of start putting it in a document, but I am also available if the department and maybe a member or two or the sponsors of the bills want to meet, I'm happy to come to that meeting as well and sort of do both of those things at once. It could sort of be a two-stage process or a one-stage process, and I sort of leave that to the committee to direct me.
Well, if I can weigh in, since I'm one of the sponsors, I'd say let's make it a one-step process and move this forward. So appreciate your being available, and I'm happy to work with the department. Representative Fecto has already said the same thing. So I think we have a consensus there, and it's up to Representative Brennan at this point.
I do have some hands up, folks, and I think I have the order. Representative Millett, followed by Representative Crockett, and I thought there was a third, but it disappeared. Yes, before either question, Dan, did you have a response there, a comment? I'm sorry, Mr. Shuda.
Thank you, Senator. I was just going to suggest that perhaps Chair Hess be involved in that as well, just because of the involvement of the state board will be important too because of their involvement. So he's not here, but I would guess that he would be wanting to be involved as well.
We will volunteer him for you.
Where did Representative Millett go now? Hands are moving.
I took my hand down.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Should we consider tabling, pushing this till Friday? Because it's not just 3 bills we're talking about here. There's a couple bills on Friday as well that probably fit under this potential one bill. And we really haven't dived into those bills today.
I see some head nodding. I don't have the answer for that. In terms of procedure, Hillary, can you respond to that for me?
So what I want to respond with is simply that in terms of putting all of the 3 or 4 bills, including LD 975, into one document, I could probably do by Friday. I'm not sure in one day that I would be able to meet with everyone involved and draft a comprehensive document, given the complexity of this. So I just wanted to point that staff timing problem out.
Thank you. I see Representative Brennan and then Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just asked Representative Crockett, are you suggesting that we not take up 975 on Friday? And that then be included in this overall discussion?
May I respond?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm looking for my bills.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was actually just noting that, we have this bill coming up on Friday that it ties into these bills we've talked about today. And whatever the proper procedure is to include it, is probably a good idea.
Okay.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting pretty worn this hour after all this great conversation. I just want to be clear on what, especially for Ms. Risler's benefit, that we're not expecting, are we expecting a final draft from the work? Okay, I'm seeing, right.
I am not.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, I guess I would concur with Representative Crockett that the chairs may want to invite the CTE folk to have conversations with the department as well, and to see if there's common ground to include it. It's not, I don't think it's the end of the world if we do have some separate vehicles, right? I mean, there's an awful lot here, but if we can, that's the best situation of all. But as long as it's not required by Friday.
No, I honestly, I mean, I can't imagine that it could be by Friday, but I'm not against it, but I wouldn't expect it, to be very honest with you. But I do think it's a great option for us in terms of looking ahead, looking forward. I thought initially Representative Crockett's question was not necessarily that this was ready Friday, but was there anything Friday that we might add to this? And am I correct in that, Representative Crockett?
Yes, only because we have it on the schedule for a work session this Friday.
Okay, thank you. Representative Brennan.
I was just going to ask Ms. Risler, should we just rely on you to let us know when you're ready, and then we can schedule a time to pick up this discussion, as opposed to saying it's going to be Friday, Monday, or something else? And when you let us know that you've been able to work with the department, with the sponsors of the bill, and you have something to present to us, it might be next Wednesday, it might be next Friday, you would let us know then.
Sure, yeah, we can talk to everybody, and I'm looking at all of you on my screen. And hopefully when we meet for scheduling early next week, that I'll have some indication of when we might be able to put this on the schedule. And I can also mention for the work session on Friday on LD 975, I can certainly, there probably are those who are interested or stakeholders in that bill that maybe have not been paying attention or watching the conversation this afternoon. And so for their benefit, I can certainly include a little summary when I go through my bill analysis as to, not the full discussion, obviously, it's supposed to be brief, but a brief summary of some of the ongoing discussions and meetings that will happen, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna I think, can we let the members of the department leave? I think Any other questions for them before?
Do we need to make a motion to table? Did we?
Well, I was gonna let them go and then we'll discuss that because I don't know if we can do them combined or we have to do them individually. So.
Well, or do we need to do it at all? There was no motion made about anything, and I don't.
Hasn't been
we
today.
didn't necessarily open a work session on a specific bill.
Right.
So I would argue that we might not need to do anything else, but I would also rely on Ms. Risler for direction.
So yeah, I try not to weigh on the parliamentary procedure pieces as much as I can avoid it. I do think all three bills were work today. I will say that.
Ms. Risler, you are an outstanding politician. But I do agree. I mean, I think it's not that we're tabling them. We're just extending our work session due to time.
Right.
All right.
Future date.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that we've reached a point in today's conversation that we need to have a little bit of work done so that we could postpone the conversation to a future date when that work is done and take this matter up again. And I concur with Representative Brennan. I don't think there has to be a formal action. I think we can just agree to do that, schedule it, let the public know what we're doing, and move on.
I appreciate that. I just needed to confirm to avoid a potential phone call 5 minutes from now.
I would just note that if that's the plan, I think that the way these meetings get recorded in the system, it would be that there wasn't a work session today. Our clerk needs to be able to record what happened, and in that sense.
Today there was a
That's my
review, a discussion. Senator, actually, the work session only involved, we involved one bill. I'm losing my mind now. I know we centered our discussions around 1149, 1169, and 1189. That's where we're at. Sam and I'm sorry, Representative Millette has a hand up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we had work sessions on these bills because our analyst reviewed she went through her analyses. So as annoying as it is, I'm hoping that maybe we can actually, and maybe Sam can tell me this, so we can have one motion to table all three bills, or do they have to be separate?
It's my turn. Sorry, I didn't know if Representative Millette was done or not.
You can take your earplugs out now.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative. Yeah, we definitely need to close the work session. It was open. I've been watching this whole thing, really tuned in. It was a work session. And as Representative Millette suggested, the chairs could decide to do one motion to close all three work sessions, especially because the bill analysis was presented jointly. But we do need to, procedurally close a work session.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we close the work session on LD 1189, 49, and I think, what was the other one, 69?
Yes, Representative.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a hand up. Or is that? I'm trying to think.
Yes.
I saw a second. I heard the motion. I had a second. Yes, I'm looking.
Well, I'm sorry. If we close all three work sessions, in what vehicle do we then make a motion to table? Because we're going to need to take these up again. So I think that we should consider Representative Brennan's motion to table on all three bills. Vote on that and then close the work session.
That's what we're doing. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's that? Okay, so want to repeat that, please, Mike, just to, sorry, Representative Brennan, just to clarify.
I move that we table LD 1189, 1149, and 1169, and close the work sessions on all three bills in order for our clerk to get paid and recognized for the work he put in tonight.
And do I have a second? Representative McCray, thank you for the second. And I do see an additional hand up still. Is that Representative Stearns?
Yes, it is. While I appreciate the effort to streamline, I'm wondering if it's possible to, in one motion, table 3 bills and adjourn 3 work sessions. And if that's possible, great, let's vote on it and go for it.
I think we can if nobody raises an objection.
Let's do it.
Representative Millette.
Tabling motion is a tabling motion. We're tabling the work sessions. It's also not debatable.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Vote to table. And the majority does carry there. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. Sam, not that that matters. At this point, it is majority. Thank you. So I will call today's work sessions on the LD 1149, 1169, 1189 to a close. And any questions? Let's see, today. Wow. I think of the day of the week. It's Wednesday. All right. Have a great day. If else is something up, Representative, yes, Representative Brennan.
Here, I just, there was a late addition to the agenda on Friday for the Maine School of Science and Math. And I know Representative McCray had a couple questions. And just for members of the committee, it was at the board of the school have been trying to have some presentation or a short amount of time with the committee since January, February. And it just turned out that we had a little bit of an opening on Friday. This isn't a work session. It's not a public hearing. It's simply to allow members of the board to come forward and talk to us about some of the issues they're facing with the school. So Representative McCray, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, if I may, it does answer my question. This presentation is coming to us with a definite behind the scenes agenda. And I'm concerned about that. So the fact that it's taking the committee, the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, and getting that time to promote their agenda is not, it's their agenda. It's not the school as a whole.
Okay, well, thank you.
Or the board.
It came from the board of the school.
That could be debatable. But anyway.
All right.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to confirm where we're going from here. So now we have these items that are tabled. We're going to wait to hear back from Ms. Risler about when we're going to be able to get some information. And we're adding in to that discussion around certification LD 975, which was a bill we were going to have a work session on Friday. Are we saying that we're taking that out of the work session on Friday, or will we still have that budget review? I'm sorry, getting ready for a budget meeting. Is that, are we still going to have that review of that item Friday?
Did we in fact roll that in, Hillary, to be sure.
So my understanding of the conversation, and I'll defer to the chairs as to the scheduling. My understanding is that bill would be included in the conversations and meetings with the department and the sponsors. That is also Representative Facto's bill, so he's going to be there anyway, from LD 1149. I think my understanding of the conversation was that the work session was going to be held on Friday, in part so that some of those stakeholders who maybe haven't been paying attention to this meeting might have an understanding of what's going on with that bill. And my expectation based on this conversation, though, is that the committee may ultimately table that so that it could be worked with these three that you heard this afternoon. But again, I defer to the chairs as to what they would like to do.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you did wake my brain cells up a little bit there, because this gives those folks an opportunity to have their concerns and questions carried into that potential meeting. Okay.
And so now you just indicated, Representative Brennan, that we'll also be having a presentation from the main school MS, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah.
I can't say it.
We scheduled that for a half hour after the work sessions.
Okay.
And I also think we have language review as well, Ms. Frizzler.
She's, oh.
Yep.
And I'm muted. Yep. I think we're going to have a number of language reviews as well. We've gotten a little bit of a backlog, so we both Mr. Seneft and I will have a few language reviews for you, and we'll try to get them out to you ahead of time.
But we expect to have an early afternoon.
Well, that sounds good to me.
Good. I have an appointment at 12:30.
Okay.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is for Hillary. And I'm not trying to complicate this even more, but we do have those two bills that we've already tabled, being LD 350 and LD 639. Do we want to kind of include those two in your bigger package going forward? I just didn't want to leave those out in the,
So those two bills are currently tabled. It's really up to the committee. I work at your direction. So if you want me to reach out to the sponsor of those bills for those conversations as well, I can. If you'd prefer to keep those separate for now, I can do that too.
Well, I will defer to the extremely capable chairs on that call.
Well, thank
To
you.
be honest with you, I'd have to revisit both of those before I could advise anyone on anything.
So
I will do that and consult with Representative Brennan.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. And, Sam and Hillary, and also Ms. Holmes, Mr. Shooter, appreciate it very much. You being here, thank you very much for your help and your intentions of helping us down the road. Hopefully we'll get this done. Thank you. Folks, have a great day.